aspire to be.
I despise Facebook with a burning passion.
We can hear you now. Well, all right. We're live on Facebook. Hi.
All right.
Hi, Facebook. Hi, Facebook. Hi, Internet. And if you're watching this on YouTube live, hi, yes. Hi, YouTube.
Nope, can't hear a word you're saying.
Hi. Yes.
Yes,
Sorry.
hi.
Despise this with a burning passion.
Hi. Yes.
What is that behind you, Chris? Oh, by the
My
window.
computer. Yeah, that's my computer.
It has all kinds of pretty
My
lights.
good computer.
Is it really the size of your window, or is that your TV? I can't tell.
No, the computer is, within arm's reach. The screen door is 10 feet away.
Okay, I got you.
Forced perspective. Lots nice.
Back glass door is 10 feet away.
I get it. Yeah, it's depth perception.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my good computer, the one I love, the one that I prefer to be doing shit on right now. But because I don't have a camera, Facebook won't let me join because in order to join a video call, of which I don't even need my camera on,
Right.
I have to have both instead of just being able to join with one.
Right. It won't even let you connect unless you've approved the camera and microphone. You have to approve that.
Yeah, but you have to have
Well, you
both.
can connect it.
I know,
Right.
but you have to have both. And
Right.
because I don't have a camera on that one, it won't allow me, and I despise it. And because it's my laptop, I have to use my old headsets, which are a lot more, old. And
We got some new Skull Candy earplugs and some wireless Bluetooth ones I bought.
yeah, I like Skull Candies. They always last me forever.
The only thing I don't like
I'm just going
about
to
it
sink out of sight.
is
Sean.
when I'm talking, I can hear that I'm muffled because, it's like I'm hearing my inner voice because I've got earplugs in. So that's the only thing I don't like about it.
And in our bottom right corner, there's Daryl driving home.
Let's do it.
As he looks both ways before he crosses the street like a good young lad. Well, all
Thank you
right.
guys. How much more?
So unless there's any other pre-game chatter that any of you would like to take part in, I think we can begin the recap and get us all up to speed. So hearing no objections, I guess that's it. So this is episode 12 of the World of Skell-Ghosts story. Live Dungeons & Dragons here on Thursday night on Facebook Live, and then later on YouTube. Channel is Cobb Constance. Look it up. And for those of you...
I thought it was World of Skill.
It is not. Also on that YouTube channel, sometimes I will put up other videos, mostly game related, talking about, I don't know, esoteric topics related to role-playing games. And so it's a good time killer. But being these are the 4 players we have tonight. If you're wondering why there's nobody here in person, it's because I may or may not have been exposed to COVID. So just to be on the safe side, everyone is at home and the comforts of their wherever they live, I hope. And so yeah. But so far, those involved with the COVID jam are having mild symptoms, so apparently that'll be the extent of that,
I
hopefully.
don't know.
So, episode 12 tonight.
Yes,
So
I hope you're well and fine, sir.
I'm, if I had anything, it came and went super quick. There are certain bodily functions that get affected, and that has come and gone. So, whether that was because of poor diet or COVID, nobody knows. So, we left off with the characters having been taking a rest after a sound thrashing by these creatures that came at them out of the countryside as they were traveling to see Old Log, the mean druid that the monks at the monastery said they didn't like him because he was mean and he needed to go back to sleep. So they thought that they would go get answers from him, and having a druid in their group, maybe that might help with the communications. Well, along the way, they were attacked. And 2 games ago, we left off with the attack about halfway through, and these creatures were tough. They had spell casting abilities, and they were tough to hit. And when you did hit them, a lot of times their tough hide was impervious to weapon strikes. They had some kind of dark energy associated with some of them that would erupt from the ground and go through their adversaries, causing more damage. And then as the group continued to have trouble with these creatures who showed intelligent fighting techniques versus just running in and getting hacked down to pieces, they abducted Flaggy, the son of the high priest of the blend at the temple at Tila. And they were, of course, concerned about that and downtrodden as the enemies left, and the spells that some of the people were under, their effects went away. And then, of course, wouldn't you know it, Old Log came out, and at that time he was asking them a riddle, but none of them picked up on the clue until it was too late, and so he did not come to help until it was over. And then they proceeded to get some information from him, and he offered to give them something to help them fight this evil creature that supposedly was taking people from the surrounding countryside. A creature that a long dead necromancer had summoned to gain knowledge from this otherworldly entity. Of course, this is all information that the monks gain from their ancient texts. Whether it's true or not, you would assume it's true, but none of the characters could read the ancient texts. So, after the fight, they licked their wounds and took the root that Old Log gave them and went back to the monastery. They revealed their new gained information to the abbot of the monastery, who thanked them for at least their trouble they're worth and offered the services of the monastery full of learned physicians and healers, and as a dungeon master note to the players, with bed rest and herbalism and healing proficiency, that gets you 3 points a night. I had mistakenly said 5 or 6, but I looked at it again, it's 3. So, and that's with complete bed rest. So,
No, 5 or 6 was per day.
Well, you can read it again if you want, but for now, that's the way I understand it.
All right.
So they decided they would take advantage of the time to rest and recuperate under the care of these physicians. And the first night there, one of them, COVID, was visited in the middle of the night by an entity who asked if he wanted revenge, and if he did, if he could kill Old Log. He revealed his skepticism of this midnight visitor to his compatriot Rise, and they, in their minds, determined that it was not their patron from their previous life. And then the following days were spent in rest and recuperation, and that is where we stopped. So unless someone else has any other edits or additions to the recap, we can proceed. Hearing nothing, then let's put on some music and see what we can do.
See what we can do.
Okay. So over the course of the next 7 days, 21 hit points are regained. Eventually, people start to feel better. Breaks and food are taken, and sometimes people get up and aimlessly walk around the monastery, just kind of seeing what there is to see before tiring out and returning to their chambers. The monastery itself is fairly decent size. Apparently these people have a nice thing going here with farm animals and gardens and pathways. And Sean is raising his hand. Is this, go ahead. Go ahead, Sean.
After the first day, I don't require any more. After the first day, I don't require any more healing. So I try to help out on monastery chores or whatever else they need. Any assistance with or any muscle with.
Okay. Make me a charisma check with advantage, please.
I do now, D30 or D20.
That's a D20 plus your charisma. Roll it twice and take the highest of the two
D20
rolls.
or D30?
D20.
Uh, 29. No, wait, 10, yeah, 29. 29.
Did you roll twice?
Yeah, 29.
Okay. All right. Well, they seemed receptive to your offers. You meet and kind of get to know one of the monks. His name is Tabit, and he probably in his mid-20s. He kind of shows you around, shows you where to get water. They've put in a well to avoid going to the creek. They show you where they wash clothes. They show you where they have their gardens and the animals and what the grazing fields that they let out. And one of the one of the dogs seems to take a liking to you for some reason. And the dog's name is Max. And it's like a little, not like a German Shepherd, but like a Sheltie. Like it's got the long fringe on it.
Max? You know?
Max. M-A-X. And, yeah, so for some reason, and so you come to understand that this lifestyle, these monks, they spend a lot of time in prayer, but they also have several things that they do. There's a bunch of them that have skills that allow them to be self-sufficient if they don't wish to mess with anyone in the surrounding countryside. Like there's a couple monks that are woodworkers and some that are leather workers, and just there's a guy that makes soap by working with getting the fire ash and all that sort of. So there's the only thing that they don't seem to do is they don't spend much time outside of the monastery, but people will come in from the surrounding countryside to give them supplies, kind of like as rent. So it's a good relationship with the people. So 7 days goes by, and everyone has regained 21 hit points. Plus, if they have...
Okay, for the record, during that week, I don't take my shield with me, nor do I have my helmet on.
Okay. So those of you that gain 21 hit points, if you have that adjustment on your constitution, you would also add that. And what I don't remember is if that gets added on. I think that gets added on for the whole week. But so, yes, Shadrach. Go, Jason.
I was going to say, I'm pretty much healed up after 2 days, and I just wanted to go inspect it. Can you hear me?
You wanted to go inspect something.
The orchards.
Okay.
Didn't they have orchards here?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah, I'll just, while I'm waiting on the others, I'll just go out and inspect the plants and the orchards and stuff. I won't get in the way, and if anybody lets me ask questions, I will, but I won't, I'll leave it off with what I know to them, so.
Okay.
I'm not unfriendly.
Okay, well, the orchards, there's seasonal fruit that's grown. So, apples, pears, it's a red fruit with a lot of seeds. Pomegranates. In the garden, there's...
Oh, I like them.
In the garden, there's, onions and peas and other assorted greenery that they use for everyday meals. So, you can see that they seem to be very competent at their life, at their growing of things, and agriculture, animal husbandry, all that stuff. Okay,
Well, I'm gonna try to remember as much as I can about it, especially like how they have the orchard set up and everything. So
7 days have gone by, and you guys are feeling relatively good. I don't know what your current hit point totals are. If you want to take more time, you'll have to tell me. Otherwise, you guys kind of meet up, and what do you want to do? As far as Taymark and Pick are concerned, if I think...
When I get there, I'll say...
Oh, hold on, Chris. So I'm just going to roll for them, and if they have something to say, then that'll be the way that works. So go ahead, Rise.
I gotta rub my shoulders, getting ready, and I'm like, well, that was a nice rest, but I need another.
I think that we should all be at our full before we go in. So if anybody needs
I
more
agree.
time, you can
And
take it.
that's why I need another week.
Week. Okay.
I can certainly hasten that.
I don't want you getting in trouble with your god. Or your nature.
If I make
I
it
don't
a
want you
daily
getting in
thing,
trouble with that.
I won't get in trouble, but I mean, we need to get on to this as soon as possible. The longer we wait, the stronger this thing is going to get.
I
That's my
wholeheartedly
personal
agree,
opinion.
but their healers aren't good. So it's taken a long time. So, and that's all we can do.
We need to hasten this along, and I mean, it's not against what I do to do this. I shouldn't make a habit of it. But we need to get going, and this is for that purpose. So this isn't just just casual. This is for that purpose. So I don't think there's any problem, and I'll face the consequences if there is. So, Cobb, I'm going to cast Cure Moderate Wounds on Rise.
Okay.
And I'm going to make a big show of it. I'm going to get down on my knees and appeal to the gods of the sky and the wind and fire and water. And we need this. This is for a noble purpose. This isn't...
Well, then...
I call upon the gods to aid us and aid my friends.
I was going to say, just say... Instead of saying, I'm going to, or whatever, however you phrase it, tell me what you do.
I go to my knees. I hold my hands to the sky. Or the gods of the sky, gods of the earth, the gods of fire, the gods of water, to help heal my friends, speed us on our way.
Whoa.
6 points.
Alright, you can roll that again.
How? Yep, hang on. 6 points.
Okay. So as the druid places his hand upon Rise, remembering where he would taken those 2 or 3 arrows in the shoulder and the back, Rise, you feel a warmth and then kind of an itch, feeling a little bit before it settles down, and instantly you can tell that your shoulder is much freer in movement than it previously was.
Well,
I think
I appreciate it. Now I only need maybe 4 days of rest.
right, so are you guys going to do anything today, or are you going to go ahead and continue the bed rest for those of you that may need it?
I want you to...
Go ahead, Shadrach.
I'll just... No, go ahead. I was just going to ask Covidius if we could train with the scimitars.
Of course.
Okay.
So be
Practice
it.
with my bow.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll be laying on my asshole already. In the
So,
next 4 days.
Gaspar, are you going to cast
Doing nothing.
any more spells today?
Yep.
Yeah, that's why I laughed. No more spells today.
Okay.
But I will pray a lot later because if I cast a healing spell. I'm going to pray a lot about that.
Okay. So, the next day, are you going to cast a spell? So, you didn't get any weird feelings about it, but you are required to pick your spells for the day. You don't get to spontaneous cast.
Okay. I'm not going to cast any spells today. That's my penance.
Do you choose your spells, or do you not choose your spells?
I did not cast any spells that day out of penance.
Okay, well the DM isn't, apparently I'm not making myself clear. You didn't get the feeling that you did anything wrong, but I had remembered that
Okay, I did not choose it.
I had said before that you needed to start picking your spells, and then I forgot. So as soon as the last game or whatever happened where you started blasting out all these healing spells again, I was like, oh, that's right, I fucked that up. So I'm just giving you a gentle reminder. You need to pick your spells ahead of time. And then if you want to pick all healing spells, then you can. I'm not going to penalize you.
Well, I want to somehow get past that where...
The DM is not going to penalize you for picking all healing spells during your prayer, but obviously that's all you're going to be able to do, and if that's what you want to play, then that's fine. The spontaneous casting thing is a house rule that I thought I would give players to be more creative, and if I see it get abused, then I return to rules as written. So please understand, you're not going to be penalized anymore for being a healer and not a druid, but you're not going to be, obviously, that'll be other role-playing things that'll come up later. So, but you have to pick your spells for the day, and you should have a spell list that's your generic,
All right.
usual list. And you can text or email me that list at some point. So.
Oh God, do I have to type it all out? I get a bunch of spells.
Well, how many can you cast per day? Like 1/3 and 2 second and 4 first, or what?
Like 9.
Yeah,
I can cast 9 spells a day.
So anyway, the idea is there's no reason why you can't cast healing, other than the fact that it's, why would you be a druid and then just cast healing all the time? To me, that doesn't make any sense.
Well, I cast a lot of spells, so I pretty balanced it out, I thought.
It's certainly allowed. So anyway, for the time being, until I say otherwise, you have to pick all your spells ahead of time. And then if you show that you're
I'm picking.
following the ethos of the druidic ways versus the healing arts, then, you know, then your gods are like, okay, you're cool again. But you have to earn that. So anyway, you can cast that spell
I'm hit.
Like cast, if I was you, I would cast it once a day on him until he's back up, and then you can carry on. Because obviously what I'm trying to get across is it's not as obvious as I think it is. So therefore I have...
What do you mean carry up?
Pardon?
What do you mean by carry on after healing him?
I mean just where you were going to have COVID show you the scimitar. Carry on with your regular day.
Oh, okay. All right, that's fine.
So the next day you cast another healing spell on
I'm picking my spells now.
Rise. Would that be correct? If so,
sure.
Okay, so which one?
I'm going to cast a healing spell on Rise.
Yeah, which one?
Cast or Cure Moderate. Cure Moderate.
All right.
It's a D10 plus 1.
Go ahead, roll.
8.
Okay, so Rise, today you would gain 11 hit points.
8.
Okay.
Plus, I need to fucking find that rule with the fucking hit point thing. I swear Do you remember what I'm talking about, Chris?
Yes. No, I saw it under the healing proficiency. It's what we were discussing was whether or not you get 3 overnight with all the healing. Because yes, 3 during the day is correct. You are absolutely correct. That's the rules. What the discrepancy was is if we get those same 3 over a night of rest, where normally you only get 1.
No, it's just 3 a day.
If you're under a healer's care,
Okay.
It's just 3 for every 24 hours.
Okay.
if
All right, so you gained 11 hit points today. Do you do anything different than today? Are you going to go to your friends and say, I'm still hurt?
Nope, I'm continuing my bed rest.
All right. So
That's all I can do.
okay, so this day goes by. Other training happens with the other characters. And then we go on to the next day. Go ahead, Daryl. Go ahead, Daryl.
before the day is over, I'd like, hey, log, can you hear me?
Daryl, you're breaking up, I think.
There's a massive delay.
Shadrach, the druid gave you ingredients to make the potion so that we can breathe the putrid in the...
It's in the clay pot.
Do you have the necessary tools to do this concoction when you get there? Well, then you need to make sure you have what you need so that you can actually make those potions.
I'm confident that I'll be able to do it.
Okay.
Okay. So this day is over. Next day.
Okay, so
Go ahead, Chris.
I was going to say this day I wake up and I head out to the friends and I'm all ready, I suppose. How's everybody else feeling?
I'm gonna switch devices, folks. I'll be right back.
Very good.
Rodeo.
have returned.
Okay, so Rise, you were saying?
I head out, find everybody when we all gather up, so to say. I ask, how's everybody doing? I know I'm feeling tip top. Ready to go.
I'm hip.
I've been ready.
I'm ready. I'm feeling pretty good about my bow now, too. Getting better with it.
That's good. That'll be useful to have. Apologize for the wait, COVID. You know, it's rough not having good, dedicated healers. And I do not blame you, Shadrach. It's a high misfortune that Flaggy got taken from us.
I agree with that.
Put a crimp in our plans.
Yeah.
I was thinking about you guys, you Akarimans, your tale of resurrection and the way that Nemesis has brought you back. Maybe that sounds very necromantic to me.
Sounds like
Maybe
God
she can
powers.
give you some insight. Maybe she can give you some insight into this necromancer that we're going. Well, I know it's his minion, his demon that's left behind, but I don't know if you can beseech your mistress for aid in this matter, but maybe she could shed some light on things for us.
I've only seen her once, and that's when she brought me back. I prayed to her every day, but I've never seen her beyond that one time.
When she wants to talk to us, she presents herself. Otherwise, she was not one to be disturbed.
Yeah, I get that. I'm not a religious man either. I do worship the blend. I pray to the blend on occasion when it suits me, but I'm not a religious individual.
All right, so you guys.
I am prepared.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
To
All right, so just to move things along, unless somebody else wants to do something different, you gather your possessions, you say your goodbyes, and you start heading up the trail. And Jason, if you have you're working on your list of spells
Yes, sir.
that you prayed for.
I got my list.
Okay.
I got my list. I'll take a picture of it, I guess.
I mean, you can just text it to me. Are you on your phone?
No, I'm on my tablet.
I don't know. Do you have a phone you can send me a text? Or do you...
All right, I'll text it to you.
Okay,
I mean,
yeah.
I could.
Not a big deal. Not a hurry, because I'm going to...
I gotta wait to get a phone. Yeah, my phone is.
Okay. So, you are
It's not like
given...
it's a secret.
You are given supplies for your journey. You're given some food. Your water skins are loaded back up. Those of you that are used to traveling over land, you understand that every so often there is going to be a creek around normally, unless you're in a different type of landscape. Here, water is fairly normal, so in a normal time and space, you're going to be able to refill your water skins every so often. But you know, sometimes shit happens. You are wished good luck and sent on your way. And Tamark and Pick are there, and they appear to be almost completely healed up. Tamark is, you're not sure exactly how much he's, because of the way he dresses, he doesn't have a lot of exposed skin or flesh to pick. Looks like he's been in a fist fight, but other than that, he's moving fine. So, you start moving north along the road, and just as expected, about half or a little over half the day goes by, and you've walked, you could guess, 6 miles or so. The road turns into a much less traveled road. You've left civilization behind. And I would like Rise to roll a D12, please.
I got it.
Nice. Okay, I need all of you to make charisma checks.
Yay, another group of
Yeah.
zombies. Way to
I
go.
will go on.
All right, I need all of you to make charisma checks, please. And I will call for success or failures. And we'll start with the guy that rolled a 1. Rise, success or failure?
15.
15 total? Rise, that was a 15 total?
Fail.
Oh my goodness, okay.
I will roll.
Shadrach,
25.
Yes, I will roll.
success. COVID,
21.
and that's a success. And Reginald,
25.
that's a success. All right. So we're going to go with the standard marching order that you guys have kind of laid out. We got the two fighters up front. We got Reggie and Pick after that, and then Tamark and Shadrach. Now, obviously, if you want to be in a different place, you can be. And you're like 10 feet apart on this road, on this less than perfect roadway. Now you can fit 2 abreast, and that's all. So, well, I get to get out my.
I'm having a hard time connecting my phone, man. So my list is going to take a minute.
Okay, that's all right. I get to get out my random chart. Nice. I would like Rise to roll another D12.
Seven.
7. All right.
It's nice to be able to see Chris and Sean. Usually you guys are on either side of the screen where you can see Cobb. Now when you guys gesture or say something, I'll know it.
Yeah, Cobb's got a new camera setup, you notice. So when we do go back, you'll be able to see us on each side now.
It does look, I can see your seat, but not as much on the other side.
My view shows me my seat, Chris' seat, and Dan's seat.
Okay.
Yes.
So,
I've got you on the big, there's 4 equal squares and you're in a rectangle, Sean.
let's go to the battle.
No, I'm on Cobb's screen.
Let's go to
Cobb's screen.
let's go to the
Yeah,
battle.
he's just got a square.
In a second here. If we can get this to come up, that would be really great. All right, come on. You can do it. Come on. Come on. You can do it.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
There, tell me if that comes through, Cobb.
Okay. Can you guys see this now? Did they change? Did my camera?
Who's got the TV? Who's got the television on in the background?
I-
Bob?
I have battle music playing over here.
No,
That's it.
Bob?
Can you guys? Did the camera change?
No. I hear what sounds like this garbled nonsense.
No.
It did not. Well, fuck you.
It
guys.
keeps saying it's trying to connect, but
Hold on.
I still see the main screen.
Okay. Come on. I have this capability. I'd like to be able to use it.
Yeah, right.
is it going to switch to the table view?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did that earlier.
Awesome.
Yeah, he did that earlier.
Cool.
If it'll.
Yeah. That'll
Super
help.
blurry. It's super blurry though.
It is.
The only thing is, I
Maybe-
know mine has a square base.
Maybe it's,
For 6
maybe it'll
months,
clear up.
it didn't earlier. I can only tell me and Rise got the big face.
I sent you my
It
list.
just cleared up a
Just on that
little.
picture, Cobb.
Focusing now.
All right.
A little bit better.
All right. So there you guys are. Okay, nothing's come through yet, Jason. Did you do text or email?
Well, I sent it on Messenger. To Cobb.
Oh. Well.
I sent it on Messenger. But
Okay. That's all right. Well, I'll just have to trust you for the time being. That's fine. So, let me close this down here because I don't need that. I have it right in front of me.
I sent it on Messenger. I did.
Okay. All right. So,
Cobb, you should be able to look at your screen.
I'll send it
That
on the
Messenger.
Saskis thing, and I don't care who sees it.
oh, I see what you're saying, Sean.
I don't care if anybody sees this list.
So you sent it to my. Oh, you sent it to not Skell Dungeon, but Cobb here. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I might be able to get that then. That's good.
Okay.
Okay.
The boat.
I don't care. I have no secrets. I thought I picked some good spells for this.
I have no secrets.
The rest of us got it.
Okay, here we go. I got it on my phone. Come on, pop up. It said 2
I have
messages.
a plan.
There it is. Okay, so I have your list. Very
I'm
good.
glad one of us does.
Okay, awesome. All right. Oh, what just happened? Come on, full screen, bitch. Okay, so first thing I need is Reginald to roll a D10. Reggie, roll a D10.
That's an 8.
Okay. Nobody is surprised. From out of the woods, you see one of those same creatures that you just fought that, and he's got a skull, right? And it's coming out towards Rise because he failed his fucking charisma check, so it hates him, okay? Nobody's surprised, however. So the encounter distance is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 squares, okay? 40 feet. But right next to him is what looks like a very like a wolf, but a wolf that looks like its flesh is falling off, and it's half wolf and half skeleton. And it has not glowing red eyes, but glowing green eyes.
Gross.
And it's got green stuff dripping off of its teeth, and it's going... "Argh." And then I also need COVID to make me a Scopathea check. COVID, I need you to make a Scopathea check, please.
I know, I'm looking, hang on. Hang on. Actually, I got a 20.
Okay, so not quite. So, all right, so obviously you realize that the creature probably is going to come and try to fuck with you. The wolf, well, maybe it's going to. We'll see. I would like actions, and we'll start with Rise. Rise, action.
I'm going to attack,
Okay, wonderful.
and then
COVID,
I'm also going to say some words first, though.
COVID, action.
Attack.
Let's see. Okay, that would be Reggie next.
Attack.
Attack. Can you not hear me?
Pick. Yeah, I heard you. Pick. Attack. Shadrach.
I'm attacking and I have one request. What's the speed of a scimitar?
I want to say it's 5 or 6.
I was thinking
I know
that.
It's average. I know it's average speed.
Let's see. I can pull it up right here. Sword, scimitar,
I'll pull it up,
speed of average 5.
And what's the damage, please?
A D8
D8.
and a D8, and the knockdown is a D8.
And what's large across the
Same.
board?
It's a D8 versus all sizes.
So it's a D8, D8, knockdown, D8.
Correct. Okay, so you're attacking.
Okay.
And then Tamark will attack. All right. So, roll initiative. Shadrach. Beat a 1.
D10.
It's a D10. Beat a 1.
A 1.
Uh-oh! All right, Shadrach, roll a D20.
Anybody else like how a monkey picks up better than the music?
Shadrach, roll a D20.
Yeah, right.
Shadrach, roll a D20. Are you guys having a hard time
Yeah, I
hearing
can
me?
hear you. 6.
6. Okay.
No, there's
a
about a
delay.
4-second delay
Yeah.
between us and you.
There is. I was just wondering. Okay.
Yeah.
So-
the weird thing is I'll hear somebody say something, and then I'll hear Cobb ask the question after the fact.
I'm not having that.
Okay. So it happens to your side. Shadrach, roll another 20.
Oh, Lord.
Come on, 16.
14.
Okay. All of you roll D20s. Yep. 3 to 4 second delay. Okay, we'll start with COVID. What'd you roll?
$11.
Reggie, what'd you roll?
16.
Okay. Rise, what'd you roll?
I also rolled a 16.
Ooh. And Shadrach, what did you roll?
Me?
Shadrach, what did you roll?
I also rolled 11.
Okay. Pick
Now I got it that time.
Kmart. Okay, so the two
Isn't that
16s
weird?
are the winner. So, I need both of you to roll a d6.
Who?
The two on the bottom, Rise and
You got 16.
I
Reginald.
got a 6.
Okay, and Reggie
I
got?
got a 6.
I'm sorry.
6.
Okay, you
I'm
both
sorry,
rolled.
5.
Okay, so on Rise.
It's a 5.
Okay, so first of all, Rise, you need to roll a saving throw versus paralyzation.
I rolled a nat 20.
All right, you can't do better than that for this, so that's a success. Reginald, you need to make a straight dexterity check.
$22.
And that's a success. Okay, so what happened was, as the wolf was going just for a second, the thought of fucking coming face to face with this horrible looking beast, Rise, you prepare and you think to talk, and you know, it's like you trip over something and you look down and you're freaked out because, oh no, is it the fucking hands coming out of the ground again? But it's just a root that you didn't see and you managed to not fall down. Reggie, you prepare to attack and you step in a hole, and you're like, just as you're getting ready to twist your ankle, you just manage to catch yourself and you don't twist your ankle and you're fine. All right.
I'm freaking out on these dead things, man. They surprised us before, and I'm not going to let them get the best of us this time.
All right. So, since we both got ones, we don't need to speed up or slow down, so I'm just going to call out as if you had rolled something else. So, nothing happens on very fast. On fast, who goes on fast? All of you could move if you want, but who's... So one of you
I
has
want that.
one of you has to
I'm going
go
fast.
One of you has to either
Both of here, that's
move up. So the deal is, everybody's kind of moving at the same time.
I
If
can
you're
go
gonna
first.
move in this phase, but weapon speed will come down to who has the. So like I know what the weapon speeds are of your enemies. So does anyone have a weapon speed of 1? No. So does anybody have a weapon speed of 2? I don't think so. Okay, so who wants to move
I'm
on?
not using my dagger.
Who wants to move on your side? Okay, well that's a speed of 2. So does anyone want to move right now? Well, actually, actions go before movement, right? So okay. This guy will move over here on his turn, and he just stops. So, who wants to go on your team? I guess we'll go with Reggie. We'll just go with weapon speeds. That's fine. So, Reggie, you're first. Who do you want to attack?
I can. Sure.
Just to be clear, I said I was not using my dagger.
Oh, I thought you said you were using
That's the only thing I have that isn't two.
Okay.
So are you still asking?
All right. What?
No, I thought you misunderstood me there.
I did
I'm using my bow.
Okay. All right. So bow that goes on average. So
Bryce and I got.
Yeah.
Bryce and I have 3 feet, and we're going to attack.
Okay. So, which one of you would like to go first?
I can.
Okay, Rise, you're up.
That's fine.
So, I will move up. So I will move up to the skull, the one with the skull.
Yes.
As I'm doing so, I'm yelling at the rest of the party. Me and Koba will take these two. The rest of you spread out and keep your eyes open as I run up and go to hit him.
All right. So, you can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. When you get to right here at 5, before going to 6, or you can go there. It's fine. That's a little straighter.
Yeah.
The wolf opens his mouth, and you need to save versus breath weapon.
I rolled a success.
All
Or
right.
17 needed 16.
The wolf opens his jaw and almost like extra wide opens up, and this green like vomit just goes out, and you manage to avoid it. A little bit still gets on you though, so you take half damage. And you take a half of 9 would be 4 points of green dog vomit acid damage. It's like sizzles on your shield as you put it up to block it as you're moving forward.
Alright.
And then you finish your move and you go up there. And when you go up there, the guy with the skull, who was readying his action, swings first. And he rolls and hits an armor class of 0.
Miss.
All right, your turn.
Okay. Does an armor class of 0 hit?
That's a hit, Rodriguez.
Nine points.
Nice. Oh, were you doing 2-weapon style?
No, I have my shield in my offhand, and remember, because it's slow, because it's slow, I have to wait to the end.
Is that different than where you fight with the speed of the slower weapon? Isn't that two weapon style? You're attacking with your offhand, right? So
Okay. I will eventually.
well, I'll let you look that up and get me an answer on that. Okay. So, COVID, you're next.
Working on it.
Move me up to the wolf, and I'm attacking.
What's half your move? Or what is your movement? I'm guessing it's 15, but I don't remember.
My move is 16.
Oh, 16. Okay, 7.
My move is 16.
Okay, so here's what's the deal.
I said 16.
Yeah. So
Eventually you'll hear it.
yeah. So here's the deal. You can charge and get there this phase, and you'll be able to make one attack at the end of the charge. Or
Charge.
go ahead. Okay. So there you are. Bam. And now you get a +2 to
Charge.
hit for charging. Roll to hit.
It's 19, so I hit armor class -6.
That's a hit. Roll dinkus.
Or, yeah. It's just normal size, right?
It is.
I got a natural 6, so total of 12 points.
Nice. You charge up and you slash at this wolf. You cut it right across its neck, and you like sever something that's holding its neck up, and so like it kind of lolls to the side. It's still up, but it's severely damaged and not doing too well. Okay,
That's weird.
Reggie, you're up. Or no, it would be okay. Reggie, pick. And Shadrach, well, you would. You said you were gonna attack with your scimitar. Was that right?
I go on 5.
Yeah, you move. Oh, are you gonna charge at something? That's the only way you can get there and attack this round.
No, move me 4 squares diagonally and then turn me to face left.
You want to face the wolf, I'm guessing? Because there's 4 spots right there if you're looking.
I just want to move 4 squares diagonally. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Leave me right like that, and then, yeah, I'm just watching to the left. Yeah.
Okay.
My front is to the left.
Okay, so we go to Reggie and Pick, who are both, Pick's going to shoot 2 shots, and he's going to do called shots so he doesn't hit his friends. So Reggie, if you can shoot, but obviously if you're shooting into melee, you have a chance to hit your friends, or you can do called shots and then shoot.
I am definitely going to do called shots, and I would like to take half my movement to the left of my figure so that I can, and I'm taking aim as I do it. That'll work.
Okay, so if you move, you get 1 shot, just so you're aware. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like that.
Yep.
Okay, and what's your target?
7 is actually half my movement.
Okay.
The wolf, and 7 is half my movement,
Okay.
so you can go one more.
Okay,
if
yeah,
you
so
want.
if it's the wolf, then yeah, you can go up there. Okay, and then there's nobody else doing anything, so Tamark has moved as much as he wants to go, and then you do your called shot, so roll, and you have a -4 to hit.
And I roll a 4.
Okay. So you don't hit your buddies, but you do say, "Phew," and it's like you're getting ready to shoot, and somehow it just kind of slips off your fingers a little early, and you're like, damn it, and it flies off into the woods. Meanwhile,
I'm like, God damn.
Pick will do his called
Isn't
shot.
this where like the dead bird falls out the sky?
Yeah. Pick will do his called shot on the one that Rise is fighting. And he rolls, that's going to be close. Let's see. He hits an armor class of, that is a hit. Roll Dinkus. 5 points of damage. As an arrow, as Rise, you're up there fighting this thing, and he's got the skull, and an arrow comes right by your shield, says, and sticks in this thing, and it doesn't even really seem to notice for some reason. Looks down and, all right, and then Pick will take his second called shot. That is a miss. Okay. And everyone has moved except Pick, but he doesn't get to move because he took 2 shots. And then Taymark has moved his move. And it was a double move.
Which one is Taymark?
Taymark is over here. Hopefully, I don't know if you can see that. Can you see where I'm pointing?
Okay.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yep.
All right, so that is the end of the round. And unless someone wants to say a couple of words about anything, we will move to round 2. All right.
My second attack.
Oh, yeah,
On my offhand.
Go ahead.
Yeah, can you shield that?
Does an armor class 4 hit?
Hard to believe, but that misses. You take and you bash him, you bump into him, but it's like you just at the last second he moves a little bit, so you like bump into him, but it doesn't do anything to shake him or move him off his spot. So you know that you're fairly close to what you need with whatever it is that you rolled. Okay.
Understood.
All right. Go ahead, COVID.
My turn.
Yes.
Real quick, what am I back on the shield back shot, Chris?
Your melee backup. Just a regular melee backup.
Okay. I hit armor class 0.
That's a hit. Roll Dinkus.
Chris, what are we rolling for that?
D6. And a D10 for knockdown.
Okay. D6 first. I only rolled 1 for the D6.
Plus your
Do I add
strength.
anything to that, Chris?
Your
Oh, so
strength.
just hold on. 7 points damage then. And I rolled a 3 for knockdown.
All right. You take the shield, and you the wolf lunges at you. You backhand it with, and you hear a loud crack, and the thing the head kind of snaps a little bit more until it looks back, and this time the head's like upside down, looking at you weird, and it's going. There's a nice bone sticking out of its neck, like, yeah, it's fucked up. But it's barely hanging on. All right. So, next round. Looks like you two are probably engaged. So, actions, Rise.
Did I knock it down with a 3 or not?
No.
No.
Oh, okay.
Action, Rise.
Attack.
COVID. Reginald.
Attack.
All right. Roll initiative, Reginald.
I did say attack.
Yeah. Roll initiative, Reginald.
Can you hear me, Cobb?
I can hear you, yes. Roll initiative.
Oh, okay. 8.
All right. Fast. You guys want initiative. So, Rise, did you find out what the deal is?
Alright, my man. It doesn't say. It doesn't say anything about speed factors or anything.
Did you take...
Not from what I'm reading.
So it sounds like it would work just as a dual attack. Offhand and such.
I think what you're talking about may be something that you looked up on the forums.
So, here's the thing. This is what...
And I didn't hear, all I heard was, did you take, and then nothing.
Okay, so here's my question for you. Because this has been... You're using a large shield. Right?
Yeah.
And if you're fighting two weapon, you have the secondary weapon has to be a small.
Doesn't have to be small. That's where my other one was supposed to go. Because I have both points into it.
So you have 2 points in weapon and 2 weapon.
That's what I thought.
All right. Well, I knew something was weird with this character build, but I couldn't put my finger on it. So just go ahead. But if you're gonna, the weapon still has to be. You can't use a large. It has to be the same size or smaller than your primary weapon. So regardless of how many slots you put into it, you can't use a large shield and a small weapon like that. So just go
I thought
ahead.
it fell under the separate rules of shield back. Under using a shield in combat.
Well, that's got nothing to do with the size, but just go ahead. I'll just make the monsters tougher to make up for it. It's fine. So just go ahead and do whatever it is you want to do.
Well, no reason. Well, God, don't get me wrong when I'm asking questions.
No, I know what you're asking. I know, Sean, I know what you're asking. It's fine.
In 2-weapon fighting, I also put points in having the shield. I'm not saying I should do it one way or the other. I'm asking. I don't care whatever you rule, you rule.
I
don't know.
I understand.
But
I know.
what I'm asking is, I got points in both. I thought using the shield as an action weapon was a specific thing I paid for with the shield, which is completely separate to 2-weapon style, because that's a whole separate thing I paid for. I'm asking because I don't understand.
Okay, well, we'll have to take care of it after the game. I appreciate your question. We can't get bogged down in it right now. So like I said, let's just keep going with combat.
Okay.
And I'll do some research on it over the week. It's not a big deal. So Rise, attack.
Hey, I don't have a problem declaring
That's
this
good.
I don't have a problem declaring. I don't have a problem declare.
Yes.
I don't have a
Armor
problem.
class 1.
Yeah, never mind.
Sean, I understand. You're good. Armor class 1 is a hit. Roll Dinkus.
I presume that's a hit. Okay, minimum damage, 7 damage.
All right. How do you want to do that?
So he goes to hit me with the skull, and I deflect it off, and I chop off his arm before
Oh!
he can draw back, and then I bring my sword and slice it right across his neck.
Nice. Well done, sir.
And his neck doesn't fully come off, it just kind of tilts back as goo or whatever it bleeds, just kind of bubbles out of its throat and falls over.
And that's exactly what happens. He is destroyed. COVID, you're up next.
All right. Natural 20. I guess you want me to roll again. Do I really need to?
No. How do you want to do that?
My second roll is... Okay. I just completely finished cleaning off the head from where it's already been busted up.
So as the head spins off to the right with your, you like take your shield and like put it up under his neck and take your sword and go like that. And the head flies off and bumps into the other creature that your cohort just destroyed and lays there. And
Yeah, that's cool.
the green goo kind of leaks out of its broken neck and then all is silent. And that is all that happened there. Well done.
Ooh, I'm watching with my bow around to make sure there's nothing else sneaking out of the woods at us. Shadrach, is that glumpy crump there something you can use it in your medicines, or
I'd rather not.
it's pretty gross.
It seems corrupted.
These things are disgusting.
I am not familiar with what these things are. I assume that they are the living dead, but
Yeah, the
I'm not
dead flesh
familiar with
and the
that.
muscles hanging off the bone. It shouldn't be walking, much less attacking.
No, it should be returned to the earth. But we've seen what lives in the earth, and I'm beginning to wonder now.
Is everyone all right?
Yeah.
Are you all right?
Yeah, you guys took care of that.
I'm perfectly fine.
Oh, it's not
How about you, Rod?
Stay on the lookout. Stay sharp, fellas. Let's keep going.
Where exactly are we going? To the tower?
The cave, I
Are we
thought.
going to the cave?
Yeah, to the cave.
All right, well, I have these special things that we have to mix up, and I'm pretty sure we should mix them up before we go into the cave. So,
Yeah, well, once we find it.
yes, we have to be extremely careful and not just go charging into anything. Now, I hate to sound overcautious, but we have
No,
to be
we
very
have to
spare
be.
with what we have to be.
We have to be. We saw
We
that.
can't just be wasteful.
These things aren't just mindless automatons, or they're driven by this demon or whatever it is.
I mean, I've prepared myself to meet this thing, and but I'm also prepared to fight alongside all of you, so just know that.
You know, old Log was saying that one of us could destroy the demon swiftly, and I look at Pick and I say, hey man, are you skilled in stealth attack? And maybe he was talking about you. I have some skills. I can find weak spots when I'm behind a person. I know where to hit them to do the most harm.
Let me tell you my plan.
Okay.
I have a plan. I have spells selected that will, I believe and I hope, will render the creature weak and unable to respond, and thus give us free attacks upon it. Whereupon, if I can make this thing weak and unresponsive, then Pick should have a free shot at delivering some serious damage to it. Not to mention Corvinus and Rise.
Yeah.
But I think that I can at least for a moment render this thing helpless, just briefly. I can try, and that's my intention.
We need every advantage we can get.
This thing lives in water, and it's my intention to destroy the water as I might destroy air. And it will be stunned by this effect. I will also throw a puffball, which will choke it even more, and then hopefully overcome it.
If I heard old Log right, he said that when the people tried to escape and they left the water, that's when they actually suffocated on the air and died with this frightful terror on their face. So if you destroy the water, it might also kill whoever is under his control being held in there as well.
Well, I think my intention is to concentrate on the creature itself. And the spells will concentrate on the creature itself, not a whole
Maybe
area.
a small area, not the entire thing. I see.
No, the creature will be the target, yes. I will destroy the water so that the creature can't breathe, basically, specifically.
I'm just trying to remember what Log said. I think he mentioned something about that. They died because they suffocated trying to breathe.
Well, and we have to worry about that because if
That's
we
what
get
the potion is
that,
for.
we can't. Yes, exactly. So I have to figure out when the best time to utilize that, because I'm pretty sure it's going to require a herbalism roll on my part.
I thought the prefect said it was, 2 days or 2 weeks to the cave?
Yeah, so I mean, do we do it as we go into the cave, or do we do it right before we know we're going to face this thing?
Okay,
So
let's see.
I just, I want everybody else's input too.
Pick says, well, while you guys are gonna
I think before we enter the cave would be sufficient.
I'm gonna sit down and take a little break while you guys discuss whatever. And he goes and finds a spot off the road and gets out some food and starts chewing on some shit. Taking a break. You guys have been walking, almost all day.
Well, whatever's my plan.
Yeah.
Pick says, as far as your question,
I'm willing to listen to anything.
as far as your question, Reginald, I mean, not knowing what this thing is, I don't even know if that's a possibility, but I mean, I certainly know a thing or two about something or other.
I'm just thinking if one of us can stay hidden and stay in the shadows while the others draw the attention of the beast, we'd have a better chance at slipping in behind it, one of us.
Oh, if it's in the underground,
I just didn't know if your training went further than mine.
if it's in the underground, we're gonna need light so you guys can see anyway, so it's not like it's not gonna know somebody's there unless the druid can make a way for
Right, but you can stay in the dark.
I can make
What are you gonna do if I'm in
I
the
can see for
dark?
myself if I need to when the time comes.
Reginald, what are you gonna do if it's dark in there?
I have means. I have a potion.
Oh, okay.
I have potion that I can use at some point that will allow me to see, but I also am skilled at moving through darkness more so than just the regular blind human. I've practiced.
I'm just wondering if this thing's going to know we're coming.
Probably.
Well, there's that. I mean, I can see in the dark, but not forever. But when the time comes,
Right.
but I mean, I might like to hold onto your shoulder, Reginald, so But when the time comes, I'll be able to see in perfect darkness. Don't worry. Which is something else to our advantage. I don't know how this thing probably sees in darkness too, so.
We're gonna find out. If it lives in a cave, I'm guessing that's true.
Okay, so unless somebody else chooses...
I'll just let you all know.
Unless someone else chooses to do anything, Pick is...
Submarine.
Pick and Tamark will partake of their supplies before heading off again.
Yeah, that sounds like a
So
good
do I.
idea.
Yeah, I'll stop off. Relax.
And I'll pray.
Okay, so...
I need guidance.
You know, we gotta spend the night, out here in this shit. That's gonna be interesting enough.
Yeah,
Yeah, well,
we'll have to definitely be on guard.
I may change my spell list tomorrow, Cobb, or the next day. Just let me know when I can give you a new list. I just might change it slightly.
Well, that's up to you to just make...
I might just alter one spell.
I mean, what would be great is if you had this list, or was the list you sent me your default list that you're just going to do on days that you don't expect anything weird? Okay, so then on days when you're...
Yeah, that's my default list for meeting with the creature, yeah.
So if you change something, just let me know what it is you're swapping out.
I'll change it right now and let you know. I'm getting rid of Charm Person, and I'm taking Windlash ×2.
Okay, great. All right, so after the break, you all resume your northern trek, and the shadows grow long, and the sky starts turning the purple and orange of the setting sun, and you guys press on through the night, or do you look for a place to make a camp?
We need to camp.
I agree.
Hey, Tamark, you see any ideal spots?
He says, as a matter of fact, I do. Look over there. And you guys make camp.
Ah,
And unless you say that you do anything unusual to make this camp, it's just your normal campsite. And
Goodness.
I'm guessing that the spellcaster will sleep and get a good night's rest, and that what would you like, who would like to take first watch?
I will.
Reggie? Okay, let's see if Pick or
I
Tamar.
mean, I can take a watch because I don't have to pray.
Well, there you go. If you don't have to pray, then you're...
You have to take a watch.
I'll take a watch with Covidius. How's that?
We need you to cast spells, Jason.
Well,
Yeah,
I can
Tom
take a
says
watch.
every game. He says,
No.
the book says you have to have at least an 8-hour rest.
If he has not expended any mana, then he doesn't lose it. He has to cast the spell, so he can take a watch.
He has to study in the
I see.
morning. He has
Only
to
if I
study in the
cast a
morning
spell.
because he's changing spells tomorrow morning.
Yeah, but I don't...
Because he just told you he's taking Windlash ×2. That'll happen when he prays in the morning. Am I not right?
Bob, it's up to you. What do you say?
Well, Sean's got a point, so... You'll
I
have...
think my one spell will take me half an hour to pray in the morning, so
You will.
I don't mind taking a watch.
Yeah.
Just saying.
If you are going to
We don't need you to do that.
if you're going to get something different, then you will need to rest the full night.
Okay.
All right. So the first watch is Reggie, and let's see if Taymark or Pick want to join you. Oh, Pick says I'll watch with you. All right. So.
Fantastic. It'd be good to have some Alvin eyes.
Reginald, make a perception check at disadvantage.
Seven, 13, 28.
All right. The rolling dice for no reason. Second watch. Who's taking?
Come on, I mean, COVID.
Coben's
I did
on.
by myself.
All right. Roll perception check, Coben. Hey.
All right, you got me.
Your perception or my other ability?
No, perception.
Holy shit. Freaking day.
40.
All right. During your watch, you're sitting there looking out, on guard. You hear some strange noises coming from the forest. But nothing happens. Who's on third watch?
I wake up Ryan.
Rise, roll me a perception check,
On
please.
getting up, I get up. 33.
33.
Actually.
All right.
Oh wait, no. Perception, I'm sorry, 44.
Make me a charisma check, please.
Fail.
All right, and the next day comes and you all are awake. If you're missing any hit points, you gain one back. And the day is yours to do whatever. And I'm guessing that unless you...
I guess we track.
Yes, unless someone wishes to do anything unusual, you gather your possessions and tighten up your straps and put your tents away and set on out.
And we're off.
Second day of your journey. You're now on what can only be described as a game trail running along the edge of the banks of the stream. The stream is probably only about 20 foot across, very low, not a lot of water in it. It's making a gentle sound. You can see the insects and a hornet's nest on a low-hanging branch off to your left. Off to the right, you can hear the sounds of something moving around, whether it's some kind of animal or a pig or deer, whatever. And now I would like COVID to roll a d12. A 2. All right. So, You can see this from 100 yards away, where the water is coming out of a cave and a hill which rises up in crests covered in these fairly interesting looking trees. They're not like anything you've ever seen before. And going up along the side of the cave as if someone has made or built, there's a bunch of like flagstones or steps, as if someone was using this as a trail at some point. And a lot of the flagstones are overgrown, but you can tell that they lead up and over the top of this hill and the cave with the stream exiting it. So you're at 100 yards. What do you do? Yes, Shadrach.
And knock an arrow.
Shadrach, we need to get that potion ready.
I'm gonna identify. No, I can't do it. Never mind. Sorry.
I don't think this is the cave.
I don't know. This looks pretty weird.
I thought it had a hidden entrance of
Is
some
there an
kind.
obelisk?
There's like a black stone with fire. I'm not sure. I don't think this is the baddie, the demon's cave, but we should be cautious for
There's 2
sure.
days ago.
For sure.
All you hear is the sound of the breeze in the trees and the water that's gently flowing by you on your left as you look forward at the cave and the hill. And these oddly patterned trees on the hill.
Hang on. I'm moving forward. Let's approach it. What do you know about those trees?
That's what I was going to get to here. I'm going to identify plants. I can make correctly identified plants at 3rd level. No roll required.
Okay, you will have to get much
Well,
closer
let's
for
roll
that
on
to
up there and
apply.
identify it.
So,
Will one of you large fellows come up here?
unless
I'll go up with him.
unless you say different,
I approach too.
everyone goes up, and now you're about 20 foot from the cave entrance. And the steps kind of come up this way, and go up and over. And all those trees are kind of up here at the top, so you can't really see over the top of the hill. So from this distance, the trees look like they're
What can you...
healthy trees with odd-shaped leaves, but you'd have to get much closer to do a certifiable identification.
I smell a rat. Nobody told us about some other cave.
There's all
with
kinds of
magical
caves
trees
around here.
But this
People
looks
said
pretty,
It's actually a very pleasant
Well-
little scene here. I mean, there's water going by, and you got other trees that are all around. You're in the middle of the forest, and the sun's shining. I mean, what can go wrong?
and we're supposed to be 2 days and one. It's supposed to take us 2 days to get to the cave, and it only took us 1 day to get to this one, right?
Correct.
Well, this is the 2nd day.
Not to mention, I haven't seen that stone obelisk thing fist.
Let's move on then. I don't see any reason to stay here.
I agree.
What do you guys, can you see down? Let's at least look in the cave. What's in there?
Who would
I
like
hold my
to?
ground.
Who would like to approach the cave?
Will we go down and check it out?
I walk closer.
All right, so we got Reggie's figure moving up. Now,
I'm a
right
chicken.
now, if you move up, you would have to kind of get down about 2 feet into the creek to be able to go into the cave. There's no like ledge that would let you walk into the cave without getting your feet wet.
Is the water flowing?
Yes,
Is the water flowing out of the cave?
yes.
Oh. Alright. Well,
Reggie, what are you doing?
I'm not gonna go in it. I just thought we might at least peek in. I didn't realize the stream was running out of the cave. My bad.
Be careful. Don't do that.
Okay, so you guys have.
Let's go up the steps. I step back up.
All right, so you guys just continue on this path, and you start to climb the hill. And as you get to the top of the hill, as you start to crest the top of the hill, you can now see that the trees that are on top of the hill, all of the leaves are not any normal leaf shape. They appear to be shaped like fish. Not like super detailed or realistic fish, but just like the leaves look like that. Can you see this?
I think
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
I think the cave is nearby.
so as you're walking then along the trail, you know, like I said, the hill's covered in all these trees. Would you like to take a stop to identify these trees, Druid, or do you want to keep going, or what?
I'll if these leaves are plentiful, I will take a look at one of the trees and see if there's something wrong with it. Because it doesn't look normal.
Okay. So
So you have to be like, hang on a minute, fellas, let me check out one of these trees.
the path kind of goes right through, you know,
The ancient text mentioned the fish skins.
the path leads you through the top of the hill and where the trees are. So unless you want to go way off the beaten path, you'll be walking right through these trees, just so you're aware.
I was going to say, I figured they were plentiful. Yeah. So I'll just grab them. Yeah, I'll just take a look at them, since it's
Okay.
obvious and easy to do.
Okay, so let me see if your ability will give you more information, because there might be something to be learned at this point.
If I may interject, I would only think that if it might tell me it was a kind of tree that was something wrong with it.
Is it just me, or do these trees look like spear tips?
Agreed.
But they look like fish to me.
Yeah, I see that.
Talk up to the different backgrounds.
You know, the entrance to the cave we're looking for is supposed to be well hidden.
Okay, so
The log said we had to have a keen mind to see it.
as the druid starts to look at the tree closer and examine these fish-shaped leaves, you're being like tested by your knowledge. You've never seen a tree like this before. You've never seen a leaf like this before. And as you start to concentrate and try to pull on your druidic lore and your connection to the ground and the world, your eyes start to water. And you can't necessarily identify the tree because you've never encountered this tree and you've never seen the tree and it's never been mentioned. But you know that this tree, the whatever they call it, the deep root of this tree is in agony. And it's being tortured by something and it's causing it to malform. And this group of trees should be something else. And the water in your eyes, as you wipe it out of your eyes, you realize that it's not like you sniffed an onion and it caused your eyes to water. But the depth of the corruption of this copse of trees has subconsciously touched a nerve, and you're brought to tears.
I fall to the ground and I say, "The land is cursed. The lair is near."
Especially the water.
Beware, beware. The land is cursed.
Druid, I need you to make a saving throw versus spells.
So what did you learn?
If you
about these trees?
If you have a magical defense adjustment attached to your wisdom, you would add that to the roll.
Yes, I have a wisdom adjustment. Let me check. Where am I here? Oh, all right. Okay, here we go. 19.
That sounds like a success.
So I made it by 4.
So you now have the option. You can either there's that sense of loss and corruption that is coming from this group of trees. It's reaching out, and you have the option of not letting the trees influence you or accepting their influence, whatever that might be. What do you choose to do?
The trees are definitely influencing me, and I can't deny that. So I'm going to be influenced by the trees.
Okay. So you realize you're
They
putting
spoke to me and made me cry.
you realize
I
you're
can't-
putting
I can't
yourself
deny
in
that.
danger, but you open your mind and you allow the spirit of the wood to seep into you, and suddenly just for a second, your eyes turn black and your hair stands up on end, and the trees all start to move as if being blown by a great tempest. And then they all stop. And in front of you, a large tree, a hole opens up, and you see an entrance into darkness leading somewhere. And you realize that this must be the place.
The cave!
And as that happens,
Looks like an entrance to me.
I need Shadrach to roll a d10.
Oh, a 9.
All right. In the tree, a large black hand shoots out And you need to make another save versus spells, Shadrach.
Do I get my wisdom bonus again?
No.
Okay. I do not make it. 8.
All right. This black hand reaches out, but instead of reaching out, it's a fist. And where the tree was, there's now a 20-foot tall black hand that looks like this. And you take 11 points of damage.
Was that an FU? Was that the middle finger?
Shadrach,
How much?
you take 11 points of damage and you are knocked prone. And in the place of this tree, there is this standing fist. But still, in like the whatever this part of your arm's called, the Shankle cramp. I don't know what it's called. I can't think.
Elbow.
What? Yeah, the forearm, where the forearm of this thing hits the ground.
Forearm.
There's still an opening there.
Do we all see this happening, or is that just him having this conniption and a vision, or?
No, you all saw when the tree, the door opened, and then the fist came out, smashed him, and then the tree turned into the hand like this.
Okay. Are you okay? I help him up. I guess we found it.
We found it. Did I find it home?
Everybody okay? Everybody else okay?
I think we're not going to be okay here in a second.
I need all of you. I need all of you to roll d20s and just tell me what you roll.
Holy smokes.
So we will start with Rise.
Nine.
Shadrach.
12.
COVID.
Then
Reginald.
Two.
Okay.
Oh.
Reginald, from out of this darkness, you hear a familiar voice. Is somebody there? Please? Can you hear me? Sounds like Flaggy.
Helonia?
Oh no.
It's Flaggy. He's in there. We got to prepare our potions. Let me help you up. We got to prepare. Gird our loins, gentlemen.
Help me up. Make the potions.
Time to make the potions.
hey, I suggest that consider making one for Flaggy too.
I think there's not, yeah.
I'll make as much as I got.
So, Druid, do you have herbalism?
If I don't get smashed again by a fist. Yes, I do.
Okay. Well, let's see.
I have good herbalism.
Here's the bad herbalism.
You are attempting to
That's my
prepare.
side. I also have brewing.
Well, brewing's not going to help you here. You are attempting to make.
Okay, well, still preparation of stuff.
You are attempting to make an infusion out of this root. So it's not so much a potion as it is you're just attempting to extract the properties of the root. You realize that if you were to ingest the root in its natural form, it would not work for the purposes that you're trying to use it. So I would like you to roll an herbalism check.
$26.
All right, so as you dig out the root that Log gave you, and then you get out your little supplies and your mortar and pestle, and you kind of start to put it in there, add a little bit of water and crush this up, and then you add another little bit of this moss to give it, kind of get rid of the bitterness, and you crush it up, and then you realize that upon taking this, it should last like 4 to 6 hours. And it is ready for people to put in their mouth.
All right, I will thank the spirits of the forest. I will thank Log. And I will turn to the group and say, here, take this.
Take it with us?
Take it now, drink it, and this will make us all, this should last for several hours.
It's not so much drinking as
Okay.
it's like, let's say, you know what, everyone remembers what,
Yes, it's like a mush of mud. It looks like mud and moss, basically.
it's like the consistency of
It doesn't look good
like
to eat, but
glue,
eat it anyway.
like glue paste that you used when you were a kid, and then some kid would eat the fucking
Chewing
paste, and it's
tobacco.
like, oh, good, yeah, that's the glue kid. So it's like that. So you take your fingers and you dip it in there, and it's not really that
It's like
tasty
koi.
at all.
How's
But
that, Cobb?
Huh?
Koi.
yeah, and but you do that, and then just for a second, you kind of like, I don't know, it kind of like almost scratches a little bit, and it's got like a grit to it, and then you swallow it, and yeah, it's like that, and so you kind of like immediately you're thirsty.
I take a drink of my water. Yeah.
And
Don't
then-
mind the ground glass.
and then
Guys, it's okay.
That's about it. So.
It's poison. Need some.
All right, so to get into this cave, it looks like it's only
It's
wide enough.
natural. It's natural.
It's only wide enough to go single file at this point. So, what would you like the marching order to be?
It's gonna mess with our minds. I think that those of you that can see in the dark should assist. Once we get in there, we might see that there's similar light to Mesollac. Maybe there's fungi or something growing that's going to give us light.
All right, here's my suggestion. If the two elves want to go first, let me go third and just hang on to whoever's second in line, because I won't be able to see until we need to get to where we're going. But once we get to where we're going, we're soon. Well, dang it. I'm not sure how many hours this is going to take to do this. Because I can
Me neither.
I suggest
I can give myself
you
back
all go in first.
Hold on, one at a time. Go ahead.
Go in third, and you hold on to Pitt. Because the two elves, us two fighters are going to need to be able to instantly react to an issue.
Well, yeah, the two of you should go first.
Well, if we don't all have a guide, then one of us is going to have a light.
And see, my thinking is, if we come across this creature all of a sudden, I need to be up close to cast these spells to subdue it. But I'm not going to like rush up and tackle it or anything like that.
So Tamar
So
agrees.
you're going to need to see it.
I'm just not
right?
sure how quick this. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. After a certain point, I'm going to cast my spell and just give myself that sense, and we'll see what happens.
Tamar agrees with Reggie. He says we're not going to be any good if we
I'm
can't
only
see.
going to that
So,
says last for you.
if we
Any
can't,
good what?
if we can't see, there's no point in us going in there. So we're going to have a light.
Yeah, you probably are. They don't have one.
I have.
Tamar has a lantern that he had the whole
But
time.
I have oil, so I do have oil.
Good. I have a candle. You guys go ahead, and that way the light doesn't bother. You guys go first. We'll bring up the rear.
Don't point it forward.
Okay, then I'll go fourth, or what do you want me? Do you want me to behind pick, and then you and Tamar bring up the rear? Is that how it's going to be?
Yeah.
Okay. You just tell me where you want me to be.
Give me a second. I'm gonna have to light this flint here, get some little tinder going so that I can light my candle.
Do you have any oil, Reginald?
No.
I'll give you 3 vials of oil
What for?
in case you need to burn something.
All right.
That's the only reason I have them. For certain
All right,
things, I thought
I'll stash them.
all 6 on me might not be such a good idea. So.
Hey, why don't you just use Tamar's lantern? It'll provide more than enough light for you guys back.
Okay, that's fine with me.
If he's
All right.
got one.
So Tamar will light
Yeah.
his
That's all he did.
light his lantern.
But then instantly Rise was saying, don't point it forward. But we got to point it forward
Right.
so we can see. But we can point it where it's not going to blind you guys.
What if
Exactly.
it's
I use the brown, or whatever.
All right. So we'll get a little flint going, a little dry stuff, and get the lantern going.
All right. And once you are set, I assume, unless there's any further ado, you enter the Cave of Madness.
Oh, well. I was worried for a second.
I know it's going to mess with our heads, man. We're going to die. I'm just muttering to Tamar as I'm following him in.
I turn around and steady, Reginald, steady.
We got to get Flaggy. Got to get him.
We have to defeat this demon.
Oh,
Then everything else
there's
comes
that.
into place.
Oh,
But
boy.
you're right. If we see Flaggy first, let's save him.
Oh,
We can always come back, but I don't know if we won't have a potion to come back with.
we can't always come back.
No, I'm just saying, if we got one shot of potion here.
That's it. Here we go.
Cobb, I have a question.
Yes?
Was there any of the potion or the poultice left after everybody got some?
Yeah.
Okay. How much do you think, based on the portions that I distributed, how many portions are left, would you say?
Well, what'd you roll for your herbalism check? 19? Plus what? No, you said 26.
Or it was 26.
So
It
five,
was 26.
5 doses
Yeah.
extra.
Oh, goody. All right. Remember that, folks.
All right. So,
Should a couple of us, like maybe the two fighters up front, take an extra potion to hold on to?
I'm not opposed to that.
All right.
Also, remember, don't open my backpack without saying my name.
I don't plan on opening your stuff.
Well, that's where my stuff is in case I fall down. Pancake Jack.
Chad is right.
That's right, Copious.
okay, so as you start to enter into the Cave of Madness, you can hear water trickling ahead of you. And the walls seem to be moist, uncomfortably so. And the ground seems to be a tiny bit slick with moisture.
Moist.
Yeah.
And it starts to gently slope down. Not to where you're slipping and falling, not that grade, but you still got to be careful. So I need everyone to make a simple dexterity check with advantage to start. And I will call out for success or failure. I will first roll for pick. Holy shit. Oh, okay. And Tamar. Okay. So they are successful. Then we'll start with Rise.
My best score was 35.
That's a success. COVID.
Oh, that's right. Hang on. That's right. Sorry.
36.
That's a success. Shadrach.
26.
That's a success.
Okay.
Reggie.
35.
All right. So you all are able to make it down the first part of the tunnel. And then it kind of flattens out. Unless...
Are we super tight, or can we, like, is it over our heads?
How high is the ceiling?
The ceiling seems to be higher than you can stretch up to and touch with whatever it is that you have. Your spear, you like, and it doesn't hit. But the tunnel's only 5 foot wide, so you can't, if you were to, you can certainly walk next to each other, but you'll be fouling should something come up. Okay.
Don't want that.
Unless
Just look up above once in a while, you elves.
unless you say different, the marching order is Rise, COVID, Pick, Shadrach, Reginald, Tamar.
I was
Hold
behind Tamar.
his lamp up at the ceiling.
So Reggie's in the back. Okay.
No, it's fine, man.
Yes.
Okay.
And I have my dagger in my hand, at the ready.
I have my scimitar in my hand.
All right.
I have a shield in one hand and my short sword in the other.
Okay, so you guys made it down the first part. Okay, so now I need all of you to make charisma checks.
What the fuck?
Reginald.
17.
Rise.
$22.
COVID.
I rolled an natural 20, Sheriff. I roll it again or just go with what I got?
No, that's sufficient. And Shadrach.
I rolled a 20.
Okay, so
31 then with my vote.
Reginald, you are following, you're in the rear. And as you are walking, it sounds like there's somebody behind you.
Hey, I say, I tap Tamark on the shoulder. And I turn to look behind me.
Okay? You turn and you look off in the darkness as Tamark shines the light around and there's nothing there.
Must have been a frog or something dripping. Sure sounded like something moving.
Okay?
Does anybody else hear flagging? Do I still hear flagging?
No. Okay, and you continue to move forward.
Okay.
And you're kind of in a flat area and it actually widens out a little bit. And I need Rise to roll me a d10.
Alrighty. I rolled a 3.
Okay. Well, that roll was for absolutely nothing. But what does happen is you're walking, you're keeping your eyes open, you're looking around for stuff, and then your foot kind of gets stuck in a hole. And when you go to pull it up, the sides of the walls slam together. And you need to make a saving throw versus paralyzation.
Is this everyone?
No, it's just him.
Rise for everyone.
Rise.
I rolled an 18,
All right.
which is plenty good.
Well, that is fortunate. As these two things slam together, you manage to avoid most of them. However, you do take 6 points of damage as it bounces off your shoulder and kind of pushes you back into COVID. And a loud sound, slam!
Holy
kind of
crap, did it collapse?
reverberates through the hallway or through the tunnel. And then you kind of hear as the whatever, with your elven eyes, you can see black rock being pulled back into the walls. And you know that you must have stepped on something that tripped the trap. And you might want to avoid where you stepped, although as you look down,
Yeah.
you're not really trained to find traps, and you can't find anything.
Right. I kind of yelled back. Then I stepped on a crack or something. I triggered something. I don't know where it is. Can't see it.
Maybe Pick ought to take the lead.
Come on up here, Pick.
Pick says, with a 4,
Anyone ought to
maybe Reggie
get rid of
needs to
him?
take the lead. As he smiles.
You can see better than me, friend.
He's like, all right. And he goes up there and he says, excuse me, COVID. Rise, show me about where you thought that thing was.
I kind of point at the ground about 2 feet in front of me, or 3-4 feet in front of me, because I kind of got jostled and shoved backwards.
Okay. He will,
Someone there.
he will try to find and remove a trap. He rolls. Oh, look at that. He's like, ah, I found you, you son of a bitch. He's like right there. And as he's pointing down, and Rise, you're up front, you look. You don't see anything. But he's like, yeah, you stepped on a pressure plate. Damn, this place is fucked up. He says, I can try to disarm it, but if I can't disarm it, then, you know, there might be more. We can, yeah. Everybody step back.
I can help.
Well, get up here then.
Can you mark it? Can you mark it with a coin or something?
I step back.
All
I'm
right.
gonna have to bring the lantern.
Go ahead. I cover my eyes.
So do I.
I bring it up and I sit it where I can see what Pick is doing. And I attempt to help him.
How much through it, COVID?
Okay, so for you to be able to
I
help,
believe so.
you need to be able to find it, but he's going to assist you. So he's like, okay, you see that? That's the thing. So now you get to roll your find traps, but with advantage. So
Okay, for a roll of 72 and a 48.
and what do you need to be successful?
And I have a 30%.
Okay. All right. So you just don't see it. And he's like, all right, well, here's the thing. Okay. If you press down on that, normally there's either a gear or some kind of bladder or whatever under there. And that's what allows other counterweights to fall. I'm sure that's the way these are on the wall. So if you would take this tool, and he gets out his stuff and he hands you a couple long, like screwdriver looking things, put them right here, and he takes your hands and he kind of moves you over
All right.
there. He says, when I say now,
I do.
jam them straight, not yet. When I say now, jam them straight down in there. Okay, you ready?
Yep.
All right. So he kind of reaches around to the left. He goes, now! And you say, jam! And put those two things in there.
Cram.
And then you kind of hear something go. And it starts to go down a little bit. And he takes his other tool from the other side. And it looks like a hook. And he jams it down and then pulls it up and bends the other side. And you can see that it's kind of like holding the thing up, and he's like, all right, everyone. And he says, Reggie,
There it is.
point the lantern down there. And he says, everyone, you can see where I've got my shims in there. Don't step right there. And he says, Reggie, why don't you wait here? Don't let anybody step right there and let them go past you.
All right, I'll bring up the rear again.
Okay, so everyone avoids.
Thanks for showing me that.
You're welcome. Everyone avoids the trap, and then Reggie, you move on past it. Okay. Step 1 complete. Do you continue with the same marching order for the time being? You can go 2 by 2, or do you want to go back to single file?
I suggest Pick be up in the front at this point, looking at the traps.
K-Mark and I'll go 2 by 2 at the rear.
All right. So Pick says, alrighty. Well, let's see what Pick says. Alright, very good. So with Pick being up front, he's going to keep his eye open, and it slows down progress considerably.
Hold up!
As he is checking for traps, and you guys
It
realize...
takes time to check every...
Yes. So, I need all of you to make charisma checks, please. You've moved
Trap to kill us.
30 feet, and I need all of you to make charisma checks, please. And this time we'll start with Rise.
$24.
Reginald.
32.
COVID. COVID. COVID, make a charisma check.
He said
He said
26.
Okay.
26.
Shadrach.
21.
Okay. All successful. All right. Pick continues to check for traps. Once again, taking an excruciating amount of time. You move another 30 feet.
Dakota.
All of you make charisma checks, please. Shadrach.
24.
Rise. Rise.
Natural 1.
Oh no! COVID.
Natural 1. Okay.
COVID.
26 again.
And Reginald.
Massive.
26.
26.
Okay. So Rise. As you're waiting patiently and moving slowly behind
Yes.
Pick, who seems to be doing a very thorough searching for traps, you need to make me a save versus spells. If you have a magical defense adjustment, you would add that to your roll.
I tied.
Okay. I forgot to have you roll an implosion for your charisma check. Roll that again.
Huh? I had, and I rolled exactly a 21 total.
Okay. All right.
I know you forgot, but I did roll it.
So, Rise, as you are waiting for Pick, there's something about this that's I don't know, annoying. You're starting to think that it's taking too long. And just for a second, you consider stabbing Pick in the back because he's so slow. But then you kind of blink a couple times and shake your head, and that was just idle thoughts.
Hey, Corbin, why don't you go ahead of me and we'll trade spots. I'll watch the back.
Why, what's wrong?
I just got a really weird feeling all of a sudden. And I don't want to accidentally act upon it.
Okay,
I'll put my hand on your shoulder and say, steady, my friend.
I swear for them.
Okay, wonderful.
Hey, Pick, do me a favor and try to hurry it up a little, will ya?
Steady.
It's starting to give me the creeps.
All right, so
Steady, guys.
the corridor opens up even wider now, and it's, if you wanted to go 3 wide, you could. It's 15 foot across. And now it's taking Pick
Got epilepsy or what?
a little bit longer to check because
Hello?
he has more area to check. Shadrach, did you want something?
I'm casting a spell.
Okay, what spell are you casting?
I'm casting bat sense on myself.
Okay.
Bat sense.
What does that do?
I have it right here.
You become
I
blind,
can't see!
but
Um,
you can see perfectly.
While
In
using
the
bat
dark.
sense, the individual cannot be surprised and can see any invisible, displaced, or camouflaged item within 60 feet. Psionic invisibility, however, can be detected. Minor images are not detected, so I don't see illusions. And I can basically, let's see here. So that's what it does, basically. I can basically see everything within 60 feet that's real
Okay, awesome.
and not psionically protected.
Okay. So, as this widens, you all start to hear the sound of running water. Even not just drips, but actual running water. And as you move into this open cavern, Pick's like, I'm not gonna fucking... There's too much space here to check.
Yeah, for sure.
Moving. And just
We need to redeploy. Yeah. I think we should go 2 by 2 now.
Shadrach, as you move into this area where it's getting more wide open, your bat sense, da-na-na-na-na-na-na, Shadrach! You notice 2 things. One, from the ceiling is about 25 foot high. 60 foot out in front of you,
Good Lord.
there is a pool of some type of liquid. And off to the left, there is a waterfall that's coming from the wall that goes down and flows into a little rivulet that fills the pool in the middle before the overflow goes to your left and back into another hole in the wall.
Alright, there's water ahead and a waterfall too. Be very vigilant. This could be the lair of the beast.
Mm-hmm.
Likely.
Or, worse yet, we'll have to swim. I don't like swimming.
Oh, it's not that bad.
Maybe not for you, but when you have 100 pounds of gear strapped on you, yeah.
I was going to say, and I don't know how to swim.
Hold your breath, walk across the bottom.
Aye. Well, what we just ate at the beginning of the tunnel might just help us to do that. We just have to find out. The hard way, probably.
Okay.
Well,
You also, Shadrach, now for the first time, since you notice on the right, there appears to be a skeleton. It's laying on the floor, right about
can you put an
here.
X there?
And then that's as far as your senses can go at this time.
Oh, does it look like a little kid skeleton?
No.
Is it a small skeleton?
It appears to be medium size.
Okay. Whew. I was worried there for a second.
Okay, so
There's a skeleton up ahead. To the right.
where do you guys go?
What are we gonna do, fellas? Well, I think we gotta make a decision right now.
Let's
I mean,
go
it
around
seems-
the pool.
Yeah.
Well, you gotta cross that little river, or we gotta go to the other side and...
No, go around it.
Okay. There's a skeleton lying there. Okay.
Skeleton, what can it do?
Well, it can stand up.
We've been fighting undead things now for a couple of days, haven't we? My scimitar is in my hand.
You guys in the front want to go ahead and lead the way and like move us along?
Is Pip going to fall back?
Okay.
What's going to happen? I think Tamar should at least step up.
I would like...
So you want
Yeah,
the
I'll let
light?
him
You
go.
want the lantern in front? Is that what you're
It
saying?
doesn't bother me.
Then why- That's what Tamar's carrying the lantern. So
I would
we're
like...
trying not to blind anybody. So
I
move
would-
along, elves.
So,
I would like
I'll follow
all
right
of
behind,
you to say versus spells.
Please repeat that.
Save versus spells, everyone.
Repeat that.
I'm sorry, no, not save versus spells. All of you make
Save
charisma
versus
checks. I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing. All of you make charisma checks, please. Kmart got a 26. Pick got a 30. Reginald. Reginald, what'd you get on your charisma check?
32.
32. Coben. Shadrach.
$25.
And Rise.
23.
All right. As you guys are moving about and discussing what you want to do,
As to start to anticipate the delay.
the skeleton rises up, stands, looks at you all, and says, I am the great and powerful Bazan, and you all are doomed.
No way.
I would like
The fuck?
actions.
Sconces are supposed to be dead.
And we'll start with who's up front. Pick. Pick says, I'll attack.
Oh no!
COVID.
Attack.
Rise.
Attack.
Shadrach.
Holding my action, that would be a tombs towards me. That's not a friend.
I didn't understand what you said. I'm sorry.
I have no reason to attack since everybody else is. So I'm just going to wait. And if anybody gets past you guys, I'll attack them.
Okay. Reginald.
Hold my attack until I am threatened.
And Tamark will attack, of course. All right. Roll initiative. Who hasn't rolled initiative? I don't think COVID has yet. COVID, roll initiative. Beat a 4.
Two.
Hey!
All right. First things first. Rise, save versus spells.
I succeeded, actually.
All right.
This time.
I would like COVID to roll his Scopathea.
$23.
All right. You definitely get the feeling you're being watched. And now we go to...
You mean other than by the skeleton guy?
Yes. Okay.
I tell everyone else. There are other things we will watch. You ready? I got
No doubt.
Okay. Fast? Who's on fast?
I don't know. Third base.
There. He
Okay.
should beat me too.
I guess COVID wants... COVID, you're up first.
I'm back.
Okay. So you go up to Bazan.
Move me to him.
Attack. Okay. Roll the hit. $19. His forward class.
-6.
That's a hit. Roll Dankus.
God, I hope that's enough. Keep those normal 5s, right?
Yep.
Nine points.
All right. Who's next?
Rise.
All right.
Does an armor class 2 hit?
That hits. Roll Dinkus.
Yay.
Woo. 7 points.
All right. The two elves rush up there and COVID takes a slash, striking Bazan, and bone chips fly, and then Rise comes up from the left and does the same thing. All right, so that's all. So Tamark will move, not get involved there, and he will just move around this way. Okay. And then
We jump in the lake, Tamark.
Pick will do a called shot, and he can do a called shot, but the creature has cover. And Reginald, so no one is apparently moving to attack you, so that's a miss. 16, and that's a miss. All right, so Pick misses 2 shots. So at the end of the round, Reggie, no one moves to attack you, or you, Shadrach, so you can take a half move if you want.
I will move in the direction of Tamark and follow his light.
All right. You want to be right behind you?
No. About halfway between where I am and...
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And Shadrach, did you want to stay where you were, or did you want to move?
I'm gonna moving forward like 2 squares, facing the pool.
All right. Okay. Okay. Everyone. Okay. Ooh, just out of range. So just the 2 elves. Save versus spells, please. I'm sorry, not only the 2 to the 2 Akaramans. Save versus spells.
Do we get a bonus?
No.
You got the bonus plan.
And I missed it by 1?
Okay.
The bonus.
COVID?
I made it. I rolled a 16.
All right. This dark energy
I gotta look at my space.
flows out of Bazan. COVID, it kind of tickles your side and it smells funny, but Rise, you take the full brunt of this dark energy. Rise, you take 10 points of damage. COVID, you take 5.
Out.
Alright.
All right. And then Tamark will move around the rest of the way and move in behind. The creature does not turn to face him, and that is where the turn ends. Okay. That is the end of round 1.
I shout, "Subdue him! If it's Bazan, he might help us." He'll know something to destroy the demon.
All right, actions.
I think he's
Actions.
a puppet of the demon.
Actions, COVID.
Subdue an undead action. Continue my attack.
Rise.
Attack.
Tamark will attack. Reginald.
Hold my attack until I am threatened.
Shadrach.
Same thing. Hold
And
until threatened.
Pick will continue to shoot arrows. All right. Roll initiative, Reginald. Beat a 9.
Three.
All right. All of you make charisma checks, please. Did anybody roll a natural 1?
No.
All right.
Nope.
Okay. Fast. Rise or COVID?
Yep.
That.
Go, Rise.
Shit. Armor class 7.
Armor class 7. I'm sorry, that's a miss. COVID.
Armor class, armor class 0.
That's a hit. Roll Vegas.
11 points.
All right, so Rise, you swing. The creature somehow like moves weird. It looks weird the way he dodges your slash, but causing him to move and expose himself to COVID as he brings his sword down, chopping into the creature, and more bones and rotten clothes fly away. Tamark will stab from behind with a +2, and that is a hit for a whopping 1 point of damage. All right.
Reginald,
What?
I think something's in that water.
Pick will once again do his 2
I can
called
destroy a big chunk of that
shots.
water, but there's something hiding in there. It might reveal it.
A miss and a miss again. Okay. Now, this is the part that gets weird. Shadrach Roll me a d10.
Our second attack on the next phase, right?
Yeah.
4.
Okay. Wow. Do you have any dexterity? Do you have an armor class bonus on your dexterity?
I have no dexterity bonus.
All right. You feel something hit you hard in the back. And when you turn, you can see Pick holding his sword and staring at you angrily.
All right.
You're pretty.
Did I take damage?
No, your armor saved you.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
What the heck, Pick?
You can see that he has hatred in his eyes. And he apparently is changed his mind about who he wants to live or die. Okay. So second
That's a
attack.
nice way of putting it.
Second attack from Rise.
Ay, ay, ay.
Right. Armor class -3.
That's a hit. Roll Dinkus.
Nine points.
Ouch.
Is that a sword slash or a shield bash?
That'd be a sword.
Okay. Go ahead, Coben.
You're right on the shield thing, and we'll look into. I'll talk to you later about it.
Okay, it's not a big deal. I missed it too, so don't. You know, it's all good.
Natural 20.
Explosion!
Yay!
A 13 with armor class 0 in the second roll.
All right, roll Dinkus and add 1.
I'm sorry, I rolled 11. 12 points damage.
All right. You take your shield and you like jam it down into the ground, and he moves his foot. And when he moves his foot, you lift it up and you hit him under his chin. Bam! Like, ah! More bones and teeth fly over them. You hear him skitter along the ground. And you see Tamark behind him, and he goes like this.
Did you realize that's not my shield? That's part.
All right, yeah, your sword did that. All right.
I mean, you do realize those are sword hits, right?
Okay, yeah.
Because we're at 3-2.
Okay.
Make sure.
So it is now the end of the round. Does Shadrach or Reginald wish to take a half move or use an action?
I'm going to use an action.
Go ahead, Reginald.
I tell Pick to snap out of it, and I slap him.
Okay. You go to hit him. He gets a free attack on you with his weapon.
Damn it.
Does a armor class of 7.
No.
All right, that's a miss. So roll the slap.
That hits an armor class of melee attack. 8.
That is a miss. He has an armor class of 4. All right. So you try to slap him, and you know it's
I
like
say, snap out of it, man.
he he's mad about something. All right, Shadrach, what's your action or half move or whatever?
I'm gonna smack Pick with the flat of my scimitar. Just smack it right in the side of the head with it.
Okay, so that's where it's -4 to hit, but it's not necessarily a called shot. So roll the hit.
I hit armor class 4.
And does that include the -4?
Oh no, I hit armor class, and I hit armor class 8.
Okay, so you take your scimitar and you try to use it in a way that is unusual, which causes you. And basically, what happens is he turns just for a second, and the flat kind of bounces off his shoulder, causing no damage. And he just looks back at you, and then he looks at Reggie, and he's like, ah! And it's just weird coming from him. He doesn't normally act like that. Normally he's very calm. Okay, are we done, or is there anything left in this round?
That ain't right.
Okay, hearing nothing. Now,
Hold him, Reggie, hold him. I have to do something.
I need Tamark and COVID and Rise to all save versus spells. Tamark rolls a 17 and is successful.
19.
That's a success.
I rolled 16 again. Oh, you good.
All right, so all of you take half damage as once again this black energy almost coming off of this guy in a ring goes poof, out. And you take half of 10, which is 5 points again. And you are getting the feeling that being somewhat close to this individual is unhealthy. And yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right. That is end of round 2. We now go to round 3. I would like...
Hey, Cop.
Yes?
Just to confirm, I have not seen the skeleton do anything towards us except either something where we had to save against spells or that black energy that came out of it. Is that correct?
That is correct. Okay. So, we go to round 3. And once again, it's time for actions. Tamark will attack. Rise.
Attack.
COVID.
I'm pulling the second sword out and leaving my shield in front of me.
Are you attacking?
Yeah, yes, I'm sorry.
Very good. Reginald. Reginald, action.
Attacking.
Shadrach, action.
I'm moving to the pool.
Pick. Attack. All right. So, before we roll initiative, I need all of you to make charisma checks, please. Ooh, Tamar got pretty high. 31. Reginald.
19.
COVID.
29.
Shadrach.
28.
Rise.
26.
All right. Reginald. Save versus spells, please.
Oh no.
20!
Fuck.
Nice.
All right. Reginald, you feel like there is something that is like as you turn and look at your friends fighting Bazan, it's making you very angry that all these big tough people are ganging up on this dead guy. But then you're like, and you shake it off and you're like, what the fuck? All right. Okay. So now we roll initiative and
It's a game of madness!
yes, I think it is Shadrach's turn to roll initiative. Roll a d10. Being a 10, my side is delayed. A 2, all right. So anybody on fast? Yes, Tamar and that's a hit. Roll Dinkus. Tamar does 4 points of damage. COVID. We'll get to you, Reggie. Hold on. COVID attack.
Armor class -1.
That's a hit. Off. Oh, you can roll your offhand at the same time if you
For
want.
12 points of damage.
Okay.
Did I do my offhand right there? Oh, ow! -2 for offhand.
That's a hit. Roll Dinkus.
Oh, another natural 6. That's 24 points. 24 points of damage.
Nice. You got your
Roll this is
dual.
what? I rolled 24 points of damage total.
You got your dual jam going, and you're like doing all this, and then you say slash, and the other one you bring in at the same time
Last damage
stab,
twice.
and you see bones and dried flesh all fall off, and he's going ah, and he's kind of clawing at you, trying to get at you while you're holding them off. Go, Rise.
On class -4
That's a hit. Roll Dinkus.
for 10 points of damage.
chop
And I
down.
yell in his face, "Where's the boy?"
He looks at you and he just goes, "Ah!" Except for real deep, and there's this dark energy in his mouth, as if he was gonna spit it out at you. Okay. So, first thing that happens, Pick will stab Shadrach in the back, but you are aware he's there, so he only gets a +2.
Now, I'm attempting to grapple him, so wouldn't I go fast?
Yes, you would go on fast. I guess I should, well, okay, so my side rolled initiative, so yeah, you go first. That doesn't even count. So you move to grapple Pick, is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. So the first thing that happens...
I was right next to him already,
Okay.
so I'm going to try to grapple him.
Alright, so the first thing that happens is he gets his free slash on you. And that time he... Yeah, that's he hits a -5. You take a whopping...
Jesus H.
Not so hard!
You take a whopping 1 point of dinkus.
You like it like that.
He likes to be whopped. Oh.
A big
Roll
one.
for knockback.
A big 1 point of damage. Yeah.
He hurts his
So,
wrist stabbing you.
and he's using a short sword, so he can't roll high enough to knock down, so it doesn't matter. And it's not a critical hit. So now you get to try to move into his square. Or no, yeah, you're grappling. So what you're trying to do is you are trying to hit an armor class of 10. Well, actually, just roll and tell me what armor class you hit first.
Okay. That hits an armor class of 2.
Okay, so you get into his square, and now you're checking to see if you can get him in a hold. And this is where you both make opposed attack rolls. So, roll to hit. Melee Thecko. So
Yes.
he hit an armor class of 2. What'd you get?
I got -1.
Okay, so you won with
Yeah.
the lower armor class. So, roll a D2 plus your strength. For you got him in a hold, but you don't have him controlled yet. You just kind of got a hold of him.
Okay. A D2.
Correct.
And you said plus my strength bonus?
Yes.
3 points.
Now, I know you're not aware of this, so this is why I'm going to tell you. You can always say that you're attacking, but you're pulling your damage. So,
I am doing subdual damage.
no, you can do subdual. You're doing
And I was just trying to grapple him.
no. If any damage that you do in brawling is considered, subdual or whatever, but you can pull pretty much all of that if you want and still get the effect of the hold or the lock or whatever. I'm just saying so. But you can still do subdual, and the reason you might want to do subdual is
Okay.
if you want to make sure he gets knocked out at some point, then you got to wear him down.
Yeah,
So-
I'm definitely doing... I'm not trying to hurt him. I want to stop him. I'm doing subdual.
Okay, so you did 2
Yeah, you're
plus your...
basically blocking him from getting at me.
Okay, so and then on your next turn, next, because wrestling, you're not a proficient wrestler, so you get to make one wrestling attack in a round. And
That is correct.
that goes for anyone that's not
Very good.
that hasn't taken a proficiency slot in any kind of unarmed combat. So like even if you were a 14th level fighter, if you didn't spend a proficiency slot in punching, you only get one punch per round, and that's all you can do. You can't like take a punch and then attack someone with your weapon on another attack. Okay. So, okay. So you went and you did that. So you got him in a hold. And what that means is he can't move until he frees himself. He cannot make attacks of opportunity. And that's it. So he can try to counter when his turn comes up. Of course, he's already used his turn. So apparently you got him the rest of the time. Unless something weird happens. Okay, so that's still fast. So they went, and he went, and you went. So since you have him in the hold, Shadrach, it's your turn. You get to move without suffering an attack of opportunity, and you go up to the pool. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. You got to go one more. 5. So now you've made it to the edge of the pool. And do you do or want to do anything once you get
Where
there?
are you going?
I want to cast.
Okay, well you
Let's find out.
can't.
My next action is casting.
Okay. So I need you to. That's your turn. Okay. So we now go to the loser side of fast, and it is Pick's turn. And if you remember correctly, he went out of turn, so he still does get an action. So he is going to attempt to break free. And the way you break free is you make another opposed roll, or if he had a weapon, he could try to attack you with it, and he would have to get a critical hit or a knockdown to get you off, but he's just going to try and use his attack action to break free. So, and that would actually go at the end of the round because he's changing his action because he was going to stab him. But everyone else is already gone. Or COVID and Rise, do you get anything else this round?
No, it's next round.
No.
Okay, so we go to the end of the round. Pick changes it. He's going to try to break free. So opposed attack rolls between Reggie and Pick. Pick hits an armor class of...
-1.
Yeah, not that good. So he does not break out, and that's his only action. And...
All right.
That happened
Shadrach, I thought you were going to help him.
already. So...
The water, that's in the water.
Okay, so that is the end of the round. We go to round number 4.
He was trying to stop me.
So, we have that. Oh, I'm sorry. At the end of the round, Rise, COVID, and Taymark all save versus spells. Taymark rolls a failure.
Natural 20.
That's a success.
Success.
All right. Taymark takes, holy shit, 14 points. Rise and COVID takes 7. And Taymark is looking hurt.
I protest.
Mark has... Oh, okay. He's got a good amount there. Okay. All right. So, now we're at round 4. And let's go with actions. And we're going to start with Shadrach this time.
I'm casting.
Okay. Then we will move to Reggie.
Maintain.
Okay, now you can also try to improve a step to a lock. So maintaining, when you make opposed rolls, if it's a tie, it goes to you. If you're attempting to improve, tie goes to the other guy. And when you maintain, you just only do the D2 damage. If you increase to a lock, you can do a lot more damage and effects happen then. So that's the trade-off. So maintain.
Okay.
And
Maintain.
And if Pick, when he tries to break out, if he gets a crit and you don't, it's like he sweeps the leg and he reverses and then he gets you in the hold. And that can't happen when you just maintain. So he can't like reverse it on you. So there's a couple different things there. Okay. COVID and Rise. Rise. Okay. Action.
Okay. Special ability.
All right, here we go. Roll. Okay, hold on.
I'm gonna kill something.
Okay, yes. Roll initiative. Rise. Beat a 7.
3.
All right. So, I would like everyone to make a charisma check, please. K-Mark, once again, rolls pretty high.
17.
K-Mark gets a 23. Rise.
25.
Shadrach.
Oh, I didn't add mine.
25, sorry. 25.
Reginald.
22.
COVID.
28 for me.
Okay. All right. Fast. Rise. COVID, you're up. Or Rise. Is there anything going on with you that needs to be explained?
Takes the entire turn.
That's what I thought. Okay. So, does anyone see anything during this time?
I was going to explain it at the end of the round. I was going to explain what happened throughout the entirety of the round.
Okay. COVID, you're up.
Is that okay?
-4 for the first attack,
That's a hit.
and the offhand is a 0.
That's a hit.
So my damage is 5, 7, 8, 9, 19 total points. And I get a second attack on the next phase.
Okay. Once again, bits of dried flesh and bone fly off this thing. He appears to be a little hurt. Tamark. That's actually a hit.
A little.
6 points of damage.
Dead.
Just a little.
Okay. Reginald, what's the casting time on your spell, Shadrach?
It takes the whole round.
Okay. So Reginald, you're attempting to maintain. So roll opposed.
Correct.
Pick hits an armor class of 3.
I hit 13.
You hit an armor class of 13?
Yeah.
Okay, you must have rolled pretty bad. Okay, so
I did.
if the attacker
Took a
just
dead
tries
stab.
to hold on, conduct another opposed roll. Unless the defender wins, his status does not change. So, pick breaks free. Okay. Okay. All right. So pick as you're trying to hold him still, and Pick's like just struggling and doing this wiggly wham stuff, and you're like whoop, whoop, whoop. Finally, he kind of like takes his left hand and puts it under your chin, and somehow kind of pushes you off, and you're like, "Gah, gah." So now you're back to your original square, and he's there. Okay. And in the losing,
Snap out of it, man!
okay. COVID and Rise, take your second attacks.
Doing my thing.
Oh, that's right. Forget it. COVID, take your second attack.
18, which is going to be
Roll Dacus.
minus 5 for, yes, 12 points damage.
Yay.
Fucker better die soon, gee.
All right.
He's already dead, man.
Take the main
well, that's-
guy, I don't think.
That's the problem. We got quite some going.
Rise and COVID and Tamark. Okay, now. Where is it?
He always does this.
No? Okay.
Kill. Kill. Kill.
Okay. Well, there you go. Okay. What's your name? Shadrach. You are at the water casting a spell.
Yes, I are.
As you're casting the spell, you your bat sense reveals to you that there is movement in the water. And as you're casting the spell, the movement in the water comes close to the edge, and whipping out from the water are 4 tentacles. As this creature rises from the depths, and I will hold it up to the camera so you can maybe get a good look at it. Not that one. This one. You might not be able to see it very well, but can you see that?
Closer.
Closer.
Yeah, closer. What the hell?
All right.
It's a big old jellyfish.
Dude.
That ain't the food.
That's Cthulhu 3. Or in this case, so 4 tentacles whip out. And it has a echo of that, okay? And with multiple attacks, they all happen at the same time. So the first one hits an armor class of 6. I think that's a miss. Don't you have an armor class of 5, Shadrach? Of course, you're casting a spell, and you don't have attacks anyway.
Yeah, it's a 5.
Okay. Second attack. It's an armor class of 4. That's a hit. Third attack. It's an armor class of -1. That's a hit. And the fourth one hits an armor class of -5. That is a hit. So the first thing that happens is Shadrach, you take... Oh man, you got lucky. Only 6 points of damage. But...
Yeah, that's lucky. Thank you.
But... Okay, so let me describe... this creature resembles a plump fish, 20 feet in length from its bulbous head to its flute-like tail. Its body is blue-green with gray splotches, and its pink-tan underbelly conceals a toothless, rubbery mouth. 3 slit-like eyes, purple-red in color and protected by bony ridges, are set one atop the other in the front of its head. 4 pulsating blue-black orifices line the bottom of its body, and it smells like rancid grease. And the 4 leathery tentacles, each 10 foot in length, grow from its head. And you were just hit by 3 tentacles. You need to do a saving throw versus spells 3 times. And your spell is run.
Jesus H. 18, 15, 17. Take that.
All right. Well done.
Take that. Yep.
You, as good as you roll,
I get swallowed alive.
you get the feeling that where each tentacle struck you, the whatever that shit was that you made from that root repels whatever type of chemical interaction was going on, and there's like a slimy like snot on your body where you were struck.
skin.
All right.
I'll tell you what, so this is what I was trying to provoke, and it worked. So even though my spell didn't work, it worked.
Okay, so yeah, unfortunately your spell got spoiled, so you can
Kind of.
you can certainly at the end of the round take a half move, but no action. But before we get to that, it is Pick's turn, and he looks at Reggie, and he just goes, blah, 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 and he tries to slash you. And he rolls
Damn it.
a horrible miss. I mean, you're just like, whoop. His rage has
Knock it off, man.
caused him to swing wild, and he almost throws himself completely off balance. Okay. So, okay. Unless anyone has any other thing, we go to
If I try to
Rise.
move away, hey, hang on.
I have something as well.
Okay, so it's Rise's turn now.
So, as the round has been going on, you see this darkness. And at first, it's obvious. It's coming from the necromancer. He's obviously doing vile, evil things. But as you look closer, you actually see it's not him. It's actually coming from me. And slowly, as if burning away what was already there, you see it creep up my legs, up to my waist, to my chest, head, and it fully consumes my entire body. And where once there was this more, not necessarily pristine, but kind of, brightly colored grayish armor, it's all gone. You no longer see that nice, slightly bright colors. Everything is turned to this dark, ashen black. Where once I had a nice cloak, it is now shriveled in quite a bit. And where I normally carried a shield, you've seen I've slammed it into the ground with such ferocity that it actually stands up on its own. And I draw my other sword. And I yell out again once more. Where is the boy?
Okay, and then is there any other thing associated with that?
And nope, no other rolls. It's just I get bonuses from here on out.
Okay. All right. Do you have observation?
Me?
Rise?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. I would like you to roll that, please.
You want me to roll it?
Yes?
Alright, 33 total. I rolled really high.
Okay. You observe that as your form has changed and the darkness has come out and displayed itself, that the Bazan, you notice that he has no recognition or acknowledgement of your transformation.
Alright.
Okay. So then, Shadrach, you said, were you saying you were going to try to move at the end of the round, or were you going to stay there?
Yeah, I'm gonna run.
You realize
I achieved what I wanted to do.
if you move away from this creature, it may get attacks of opportunity on you. You
I
still,
can't hear you.
if you move out of its threatened area, it will get attacks of opportunity on you.
Well,
Are you sure you want to do that?
good Lord have mercy.
Shadrach, did you hear me?
Well, look at. I'm gonna stand my ground.
Okay.
The hell with it. That's what I came here for.
All right.
I won't run
so
now. Not in the face of the demons. Not now.
Everyone has gone. And
Yes. Did I not have my thing turned on?
I heard you. No, you're wrong. I heard the delay.
Chris, I don't have
I stand my ground. Yes.
Chris, I don't have a figure for that, so we'll just keep using your guy. Everyone use your imagination. Okay. We go to round 5.
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, wait. No. You did that. Okay, now, hold on. Now it's
Shoot, I don't have a good visual on me.
Rise, COVID, and K-Mark. Save versus spells. K-Mark. Ooh, that might have failed. Yep, that failed.
You don't have to really talk about that. I made it.
Barely made it.
Okay. Tamar takes 13. Both of you take 6. And now we go to round number 5. Actions. Pick says attack. Reggie.
Attack.
Shadrach.
I'm fighting.
COVID.
COVID attack.
Rise.
Rise attack.
And Tamark is going to get out of there. What the fuck?
Attack.
Good question.
All right. Roll, yes. Roll initiative, Reginald. Beat a 7.
7.
Oh no!
Uh-oh.
Reginald, roll a d20. Beat a 3.
19.
Roll it again. It happens to you guys.
Oh.
13.
I'm sorry, what?
Lucky number 13.
Oh, okay. I need all of you to roll d20s. And we'll start with Rise. What'd you get?
11.
Reginald.
14.
Okay. COVID.
15.
Shadrach.
14.
All right. COVID is the winner of this, and I will tell you what that is when it comes up. So, anyone on fast?
Great.
Reggie?
Yeah.
Reggie?
Yes.
Let's go with Reginald first since you're over here. What are you doing?
I'm gonna attempt to grapple again.
Okay.
Man, knock it off! And I try to grab him.
Okay, roll to hit first.
Snap out of it. Oh, 1.
Implode!
I rolled a 1.
Roll a D30.
I get impaled. Implode on a D30?
No, you rolled a 1. Now you're doing that level check.
Yes.
What'd you get?
3. Oh, a level check. Okay. 13.
Just
Okay.
did by that much.
Roll another 30. That is a failure.
Four.
Okay. So, you go in, you see, and you try to grab him. You jam your arm and your wrist into his side, and when he goes to move, it wrenches your arm. You're like, "Ah!" And you now have you have a -1 to hit and damage, and that is until something changes. So that's you have a sprained wrist when you tried to grab him. But I forgot. Whenever you go to try to grab him, he's got a free attack on you. And he rolls and hits an armor class of
Sure.
-4. So, on top of that, take a whopping 5
That's a hit.
points. 5 points of slashing damage. Alright. So,
Well, fellas, it's been nice.
God damn it!
9 o'clock. Okay,
Let me out of here.
this will be the last round before we call it for the night. So,
That's what I'm fighting.
Shadrach, what are you using? Are you using the scimitar or the spear?
Scimitar.
Okay, so you don't go yet. So, Rise, do you go on fast?
Yep.
Well, then you go.
I had an armor class of negative 6.
That's a hit, Rodicus.
And that'd be 14 points of damage, maximum. And I have an offhand attack. Because I'm using two swords
Roll.
of the same size. Armor class of 1.
That is a hit. Roll Dinkus.
And I only rolled 9 points of damage for that one, though.
All right.
Dakota!
You whip out the double slash action. Slash, slash! Bone fragments and clothes fly off into the air. COVID, you're up.
I think this thing's already dead, man. You can't kill it.
-6, offhand. Offhand, armor class 1. Did you say that hit?
That's a hit.
Yeah. Alright, so full damage. Ooh, nice. And, 6, 12, 22 points damage.
Ooch.
Nice. Same as before. The slashing and the stabbing, and there's bits of cloth and a little piece of flesh and bones. He's looking kind of hurt. Tamar runs away.
Kinda hurt. You said that too.
He backs up over here. And then he will... does he have a bow and arrow, or does he have... No. He will try his blowgun next round. Okay.
I don't think he had a bow and arrow. He was
Pick. Now we go to the loser side of fast. Pick on Reggie. And Pick's got fire and hate in his eyes as he moves in to slash Reggie. And he rolls and hits an armor class of 3.
That's no, I have a 2.
And that's a miss. All right. Now we...
I'm dodging. I'm ducking.
Now-
You bastard!
Now we go to the winner's side of average. Shadrach, you're up. You're going to try to slash this thing. Roll the hit.
I'm slashing. 19. So I hit armor class 1.
That is a hit. Roll Dinkus. And this is a large creature, but you roll a d8 regardless.
I have a D8 knockdown too, so 7 points.
All right. You thing's whipping out with its tentacles, and you say slash on one of those tentacles, and it cuts it, and you see this viscous jam drip out, bloop, and it splashes in the water. And its triple eye blinks and stares at you with hate. Is this the second attack round for COVID and Rise?
It is for lives, but not for COVID.
All right, Rise, you're up.
I'm done this round, Pop.
Armor class of -4
That's a hit. Roll Dinkus.
for 10 points damage.
Nice. Slash. He's looking kind of hurt. Now it is the creature's turn on Shadrach. Shadrach. The four
Can I just scroll over
tentacles.
his tentacles?
The four tentacles whip out again. And they all four happen at the same time. Armor class of... Armor class of 7. Miss. Armor class of 11. Miss. Natural 20! And another miss. Alright. So the natural 20 explodes. And a miss. So just normal damage, but you do need to save versus spells. You take 3 points of dinkus.
I rolled a 16, so I saved by 1.
Alright, once again, the root poultice that you've
I took
created
3.
blocks correct. Okay. So I think that's everyone.
Hemp.
So at the end of the round, COVID and Rise, save versus spells.
I think
Rise, are you there? Save versus spells.
Hemp me. Hemp.
You were supposed to help Pick. That's why I was holding him.
All right,
I think Pick is the least of our problems right now.
Rise is not there.
We all got our hands full. Oh,
Rise went to the bathroom, I think.
they're chopping. Y'all's chopping the beat the band over there.
Okay, so Rise and
Bones
COVID.
and dust flying everywhere.
Rise and COVID, you take 4 points of damage.
Yeah.
Well, Rise, save versus spells.
That's my birthday.
Missed.
Who said versus?
Okay, so instead of 4, you take 9.
Can I try to move? I'm gonna try to run away from this thing. That's all I can do.
Yes, at the end of the round,
I'm
you
gonna fall back.
can take a half move. Okay, so the first thing that happens is it gets an attack of opportunity on you.
I'm gonna.
Alrighty, here we go. A miss! Holy shit!
Take my shot.
Alright, where do you want to go?
I'm gonna go to the other side of Pick. Opposite of where Reginald is.
Well, which way do you want to go? By Pick, or do you want to go behind Reggie, or which way do you want to go?
I want to go on. Where's Pick? Point to Pick. I want to go on the right side of him.
Over here, or over here?
Yeah. No. Over the other way. Yeah. Right there. By the wall. On the other side.
That's where you can get to. Is that good?
Nope.
Okay, that's good.
Alright. Reggie, did you want to take a half move at the end, or are you going to stay engaged?
I'm engaged.
Okay. And did COVID or Rise want to move away from this fight here?
No.
No.
Okay. Alright then.
Down.
Okay.
I got another 2 or 3 good rounds of me left.
All right, so that's the end of round 5.
And then it's a prayer that once when this thing dies, the octopus dies.
You're all there. I've described the scene, and so that will be it. We will stop there and reconvene in a week. And if I'm assuming, unless I show symptoms, then those of you that want to come over will be able to. So there you go. So I will inform all of you of that as...
Yeah, because I feel bad for those two that got it. That's up.
Okay. All right. Well, then that is...
Shadrach.
Bye.
You need to destroy the water.
Yeah, Shadrach, do something.
You were supposed to destroy the water.
Yeah, you worthless shaman.
Do it from here. Do it from here. Don't walk up there.
Yeah, quit playing with that.
Hey man, I was going to reveal the creature and I did, so I achieved what I wanted to do.
You know, the two of us
I
can't like the creature by ourselves.
I had to get closer to see where it was. And I can't tell you what you're doing right now because I have my own theory. So
I'm just curious, and I know it's a odd time to ask, but where did Tamar set that lantern?
probably right
Hold
there at
it.
the entrance,
You know,
or he's either holding it or dropped it at the entrance to this big area.
If he was holding it, you guys would have been screaming at him when he walked up and started attacking.
They're totally engrossed in what they're doing.
All right.
I'm thinking I need to attack the fish monster. I don't think this thing here's gonna die.
Any last words?
I think the creature in the lake is the source of all this trouble.
Any last words?
Oh, I agree.
No.
All right.
Yeah, the fish monster. Yeah.
It was fun.
We'll
We'll die next week.
Yay! Die next week.
Yes, we'll die next week.
I will.
In a couple of minutes.
That's the name of the episode.
Goodbye, Internet. Goodbye, Facebook. See you in a week. You live on forever in YouTube.